by having great angles coming to the ground as well as great Hi, and welcome into same-day shot-by-shot coverage of our FPO division out here at the 6th stop on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, here at the Discraft Great Lakes Open. And we are out here at the Toboggan course just outside of Detroit, Michigan in Milford. And this is an exciting place to be. This course is rarely in the ground. And so for us to be able to come out here and have a major event is a big deal. And we're excited to be out here. Now, one thing that you might think is, well, that gives locals a huge advantage. And there are 11 women from Michigan playing in this tournament, a really big field we have out here of 28 FPO competitors. However, because the course isn't in very often, they have to pack in their practice over the last month or so. And some of these ladies have been out here doing that exact same thing. However, we're going to have to look at the top of the list here. Sarah Hokum, she was not out at Utah, and we saw the battle happening out there between Katrina, Paige Bjerkes, Lisa, and Jessica. Almost all of them are moving here. However, Katrina is stepping out. She will not be at this event, and Sarah is stepping in. You remember the last time we saw Sarah, she was winning at the stop in San Francisco for the Disc Golf Pro Tour, and she comes out to this course with that feeling of, hey, the last time I was playing against these ladies, I was winning, as well as a course that she can do very well at. Now, the angles are what's important out here, and what do we always talk about Sarah? What she lacks in distance, she makes up for by having great angles coming to the ground as well as great angles into the basket. On this course, that is huge. Now, I wouldn't count out the rest of these ladies. If you remember, we had quite the battle going on right behind Katrina out at Utah, and I think that's going to leave a taste in the mouth of Jessica and Paige Bjerkes to really get out here and push Sarah. Now, there's one other name that we need to talk about, Ragna. You remember her? Yeah, she used to play a whole lot more, not playing a lot, but she is from this region and she has won 5 of her 6 events this year, and she's coming in only 20 points behind Sarah with her rating. I think she can cause some problems for Sarah, and I think with the way that this course plays out, as far as the fitness that you need to have, the mental focus that you need to have to be able to get through the whole round and put yourself in position on every hole, this is a wide open race, and I'm excited to see what's about to happen. Let's go join the action.
Hey there, and thanks for joining us at the Discraft Great Lakes Open. My name's Pixie Cannon, and I'm joined here with my good friend Rebecca Cox.
That's right, I'm Rebecca Cox from Cincinnati, Ohio. So we're just going to get right into the action today.
Oh yeah. Toboggan's been a fantastic course. This is hole number 1, par 3. 477-foot hole. Ragna got a little more left than what she wanted.
Yeah, this hole doesn't play as long as it looks because of the elevation is so drastic.
Sarah really pumped a big one up to there on this one.
Yeah, if you want to get close to the basket, you kind of have to hug that tree line a little closer than you think. A lot of people end up in that big field on the left because it's just kind of deceiving from the tee pad.
I'm throwing my ESP machete right there, and I clipped that little tree limb. I got a little nervous out there. Ended up a little bit more right than it wanted to be.
It wasn't a bad outcome where you were, though.
Yeah, there were some picnic tables that were like, you know, right at my chest level.
Tables over there.
Yeah, you weren't supposed to find them. I did. That was a great upshot.
Ooh, there's Sarah with the backhand.
Yeah, she threw a lot of those today, and they were looking really, really good.
Look like
Thanks. If I would have got it a little higher, I think it would have ran at it a little more, but, you know, I'm just dropping that 4. I thought she had that from where I was standing over there. In there, easy breezy for Sarah. Yeah, being on the video footage for the first time, I got a little bit nervous out there. And bam, hole 1 is in the books.
yeah, I don't know.
It's a really, really great starting hole.
Yeah. Hole 2, it's 435 from the women's tee, par 5. You kind of just want to stay in the middle. It's a tough angle from the tee pad. It's like a straight uphill hyzer shot. And being on either side isn't detrimental, but the footing can get pretty weird. So staying in the middle is kind of where you want to be.
In practicing, I threw one way left, and it was like the toughest shot I ever had in my life. So I made sure here definitely not to do that.
Yeah. Oh, you put yourself right in the middle. That's
Yeah,
perfect.
I even threw it a little bit shorter just to make sure I wouldn't go on that right side either.
It doesn't look as steep on camera.
It really
This hill
doesn't.
is so steep. It's so hard to get distance on it.
It really is. I threw a glide right there, and you would think it would flip right over.
Yeah.
No.
Ooh, she pulled out power on that.
She did. That was a really great
Wow.
shot. She's got herself up there for a eagle look. Another great shot from Sarah.
So they both might have people looking at it.
Yep, they really do. Yeah, the green up there is pretty sweet. It's nice and flat. Oh, almost threw it in.
Oh.
It hit off the little bottom part. Forgot I did that until just now. That was a good bid.
Yeah, that was a good run at it.
Whew. Another good
Both
bid.
gave good runs at it.
Yeah.
Easy tapping birdie though.
Mm-hmm, for sure. And I mean, to have an eagle look at that,
Yeah.
that's awesome. Hashtag goals. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and this basket isn't incredibly elevated either. It's not like
No,
crazy.
it's not out of control. I really liked how the levels of the elevated baskets, they're really great. Nothing too drastic. And Crystal was a really, really nice girl. She was a lot of fun to play with. I feel like I'm supposed to be quiet for them to putt, you know?
Yeah.
Yep, so we all got birdies on that one. This one, you definitely do not want to go right. It's like anything is okay, but right.
Yeah, everything, even in the tall grass, I would take over being in the woods on the right side.
Yeah, 590-foot par 4. It looks like 700 feet from the tee box, honestly.
Yeah. And you're throwing as hard as you can, and you're getting it to about where she just landed.
Yeah, and that was a crush by
Yeah.
Ragna.
She got a little left, but it's not bad over there.
It's not bad
You
over
get
there
good
at all.
footing, it's just as good.
She didn't have very good footing whenever she got down there, and I'm not sure if they ruled it as an unsafe lie because she was on a very awkward spot of that hill, but
Oh.
I threw my vulture right there. It handled the headwind really, really well.
Oh yeah, we had such a hard headwind on that hole.
It was pumping this morning, way more than I thought it would have been.
Yeah, I had to opt out of throwing my chest pass and go up to a Ballista Pro because that headwind was so strong.
Yeah, I wanted to throw my Undertaker off the tee, but I knew that vulture would just be perfect. I was really happy with that shot with my heat. I had a look at 3, but it was a long one.
Yeah, you really have to kind of bite off a lot on your drive and on your upshot to really.
The toboggan is so demanding like that. Almost every single hole is that way.
Since relook. She's very smooth.
Very smooth. And she played that hole so well. She's going to have an easy 4. Yeah, the toboggan is a very demanding course from the women's and men's tees. But it's so much fun.
Yeah, I like the women's tees.
Oh, I was so bummed out about that one. I let my little nerves get to me. These first handful of holes, I did that.
It's always the first couple.
But it's okay. In there.
There we go. Sarah's tapping.
Yeah, it was pretty chilly this morning, too.
It was beautiful today.
It was so nice.
Way better than a couple days ago. We got lucky.
Yeah, I felt really blessed to be able to wear a sweater in the morning time instead of, 110 in the morning. Oh, yeah.
'18 Tour Championship. The women's side, top 12 qualify, top 4 earn buys. Tour points matter, tour points break ties. Round 1 quarterfinals, Thursday, October 18th. 5th to 12th compete in round 1. The top 4 advance to the semifinals. There they are joined by 1st through 4th in tour points. Scores are reset to 0. Win your card and move on, plus 2 wild cards move on. That brings us to the finals. $500 for playing in the quarterfinals, $700 for playing in the semifinals. 4th, $1,000, 3rd, $1,250, 2nd, $1,500, first place, $2,500. See you October 18th to 21st. The Disc Golf Pro Tour Tour Championship, hosted by Prodigy at New World Disc Golf.
All right, we're coming up on hole 4 now. It's a 508-foot par 4. And the tee shot I thought was kind of difficult because I didn't think there was really a place you could land that gave yourself like a clear upshot.
It's a par 4 and it plays as one because it's almost like no matter what you do, you want to set yourself up in the middle to just throw it through the gap and then throw it up the hill.
Yeah, during practice, I thought maybe I could follow that line of trees and land up to the left side and like have a straight shot at it, and that's not how it worked.
I tried the same thing.
I was way too pinched off over there.
I ended up just throwing a buzz, keep it right in the middle.
Shot.
Thank you very much. I was really happy with that. So happy with that. I'm amazed with how much power she gets from being on her knee like that. She threw that really far and really well. I really loved Sarah's play right there. She was a little bit further up than me, and her choice to go around the trees, that was just a really great one.
Yeah, I like that line for like a solo.
Yeah, because I tried to go through and I pulled mine too far left and ended up with no shot.
Right. Up on that right side right there isn't the worst place to be.
No, it's not. But being over there in the bushes in the right, I found that during practice, and you don't want to.
I tried to just go to where the trees are and kind of finesse and upshot up that hill, but it's so tough with that low ceiling. It's just a hard
Definitely.
hole to get a birdie on. You have to
It
work
really
hard
is.
for it.
It really is. Yeah, like I said, I threw mine way too far left. I had no shot, and so I just had to pitch out and take my medicine.
Yeah. Nice little softy though.
Thank you. I've been working on my fan grips.
You're looking good.
Thank
Plus,
you.
There's that drop off behind the basket too, so you
Yeah,
definitely don't want to like overthrow your upshot.
for sure.
So a nice little like nose up fluff shot like that's perfect.
I love those little fluffy shots. Oh, I did that too this round. Know the feeling, girl.
Better high than low though.
Yeah, definitely. Always better high than low. I just had so much fun, and I felt like we kept such a great pace throughout the course.
Oh yeah, no backups, no nothing crazy.
It was so delightful.
Perfect weather.
And on all the walks, I had plenty of time to eat my snacks.
Also, is Crystal the only par on that hole? Oh.
This is a really neat hole. It's a pretty tough angle to get up there on top of that hill.
Yeah, it's a real tight sidearm shot. It's that pine tree on the left and that little skinny naked tree on the right.
Yeah, my sidearm's a little bit too wide to use on this shot, so I opted for throwing a glide, and it made the turn just how I needed it to. I wish I would have threw it a little higher, but I could always do that tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a good place to be though.
Sarah's was in like prime time real estate. It was fantastic.
Yeah, I don't have the control with my sidearm yet to like hit a gap like that, like Sarah did.
Your sidearm's getting so good though.
I'm trying.
Yep, for a 300-foot par 3, it plays like a little bit more because that hill, it's pretty intense, and if you don't put it in a good spot, it's struggle city.
Yeah, there are a lot of trees up there.
Oh, thought she had that one. I was so
There you go.
excited that one in there. It danced right down all of the chains.
We had a dead center split out on our card.
Oh,
All the way down the
no.
hill, yeah.
I didn't see any spit outs today.
Good. We only saw the one.
Oh, yeah.
It's really hard to birdie this hole. That's what I wanted to do, but even throwing a good drive, it's really hard to do.
I sat there and tried every possible drive that I could throw to get it all the way up in there, to
Yeah.
even have like a jump putt, and didn't succeed.
Yeah.
Decided to play for the par.
I'm happy if I'm able to turn my disc over and keep on top of that thing.
Yes,
Yeah.
me too. So I just want it on the hill, over there. Up. Yeah.
Hole 6. do you throw in here?
A glide.
Glide?
I did it during practice, and it flipped a little more than it does right here. Yeah, it was in an amazing spot during practice, like right in the middle.
Yeah. I threw my Maverick.
And
I mean, the best possible place to be is up there to the right of that tree, like on top of the hill where the flat ground is. And it's difficult to get that shot. Because all those branches are...
It really is. And I felt like there was a magnet pulling all of our discs to that left-hand corner, because every single one of us threw our disc over there. You know, I tried to just lay up, and I ended up not throwing it hard enough, and it stayed a little bit more left than I wanted.
Sarah just landed tough off the fairway on this hole.
It is. That's like, all you want to do is keep it in the middle.
Yeah, and everything plays to the left because of that angle of the hill.
It does. That side just sucks the discs down.
Yeah, one of the many holes where you're just throwing placement shots rather than being aggressive.
I really like that on these courses, to where you have to, you know, really work hard for every par that you get and every birdie that you get. You worked for that birdie. You go, girl. Oh, yeah. It was. I hit that tree on my up shot.
Is that for 3? Good bid.
No, that was a putt for 4. Yeah, because this is one of the ones that I did not play as well as I wanted to. That was a great putt by Crystal.
You're lucky you're Canadian.
I like all the greens.
The greens were fantastic, and they had spotters on any hole that you could possibly need a spotter.
So
there
many
was
spotters.
one.
It was fantastic. I cannot imagine playing this without spotters. We would have taken care of it.
Oh yeah, I felt so blessed to have those guys. They even, if it wasn't in like a super hard spot to find, they would still go over there and put a flag.
Yeah. Okay, this is hole 7. It's 363, but it plays a lot longer than that, in my opinion. It's just a long uphill turnover shot or a sidearm shot. You have it.
Yeah, the sidearm is prime time on this one, but it's really easy to throw it a little bit harder than you expect and get into the nasty stuff on the left. And those bushes look small, but they're like as big as me.
That tree, that pine tree right in the middle plays where my disc turns over in the air. So a lot of drives were ending up like under or around that tree because it's just in the way.
Yeah, this hill is a lot steeper than it looks too. This was the 10th hardest hole on the course. Most of the ladies got it in 3.
Oh, that was good.
all of these greens are just gorgeous, like you said before. They're just great putts, Sarah. Dun 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 dun. Oh. Yeah, I didn't expect that one. I was so happy to get to Michigan because Birdie Bags, my sponsor, sent my new shipment of Birdie Bags in, and he sent me some old school ones that are super filled. And so it was like amazing to have on the course today.
Yeah, absolutely. I was happy to have a Birdie Bag 2 days ago when it was so hot.
Oh my gosh. Whenever it was hot like that, I felt like I would dry my hand, and then by the time I was on the tee box about to throw, it was already soaked. But those were on days I didn't have my Birdie Bags because I ran out. But I'm so happy to send them home. Yep. This one is hole 8. It's a 462-foot par 3. The play is really to throw it up over these trees on a big hyzer line and let it dive in. But I didn't throw it hard enough that time, and so I started hyzering a little early into the trees.
That's really the best possible play on that hole, but it's hard to do.
It really is hard to get your
You
your
have to have a
disc
big arm, and you have to have the right disc.
over it. Yeah.
I tried that shot. I threw my world, and it worked out perfectly fine in practice, but of course the wind was kicking, so it just kept dropping it into those trees.
Same thing with me, and I didn't commit all the way to the shot. I don't know why I didn't. Oof,
Tough spot.
it is a tough spot, but she made a really good out from there.
Yeah. That looks really good.
Definitely. Yeah, this hole is really neat. It has a bunch of guardian trees right before you get it up to the basket. So, but it gives you a lot of different options to choose which trees you want to go to get it up there on that green. I think that's what's awesome about this course all the way around is every hole you have so many different options.
Yeah.
You could throw sidearm, backhand, you could throw this line or that line, and you know, that makes for a really interesting disc golf.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Perfectly balanced.
It's fun to watch all the different choices that we make out there.
I have a couple of sidearm heavy people playing with me, and it's really cool to see all the different like, lines and ways they hit the holes.
Oh yeah, absolutely. One of my favorite parts about this is, you know, learning by watching all my friends do cool stuff too. Yeah, my big Z Buzz flew through that gap so amazing. I couldn't ask for anything more. That upshot. The 425-foot par 3 for hole 9.
It's one of those holes where you throw super hard, and you're like, wow, that didn't go where I thought it was going to go.
I got a really big lift from the wind, and then it just shot it right back down. And it was like, hey, look, this is great. Just kidding.
I tried to do what she did right there and just land something right in that area and have just a little easy upshot.
That's what I wanted to do too. Crystal really executed that shot.
Yeah.
And that was a gorgeous upshot. Those are some really low-hanging branches right there. And for her to get it all the way up there by the basket, that was awesome.
Oh, great shot there, Sarah.
Oh, yeah. Sidearm skip shot. Get in there. Oh. Yeah. Those hills slope. Like the basket's kind of raised on top of a hill, and then the slopes really make those comeback putts difficult.
Yeah. Oh, great putt.
Thank you very much.
Very
I was
great
so
putt
happy
so
to throw
far.
that one in there.
Nice.
Because if you notice, my upshot took like a very tiny local route.
Yeah.
It was not the cleanest upshot you could have
But
had.
you saved your par.
And I saved it, and I'm so happy. And there it is. Hole 9.
Gonna clean up.
That hole averaged 0.68 over par.
Nice long three on that hole.
Thank you.
Yeah, impressive.
Yep, Sarah was killing it. Let's see.
All right, we're on hole 10, and you really kind of want to be where a little sooner than where you just did.
Definitely.
That second bush, you either want to be past it or you want to be before it, and that gives you the best possible look at the basket.
It really, really does. I threw it a lot further than what I wanted to, but I lucked out because there was an actual window, like a big old window that went straight to the basket, and I was like, oh, thank you.
Well, I landed behind that bush in practice, and it did not turn out like
It
that.
didn't? Oh, no.
No, this hole kind of dog legs to the right, but basket's on top of a huge hill right there.
Ragna was in, like, the
Perfect
best
spot,
spot,
yeah.
and she threw, like, a mid-range or a putter. It was something that wasn't a driver,
Yeah.
for sure. That was a great shot.
Yeah, another hole where placement shots are super important.
Really is.
See
Yeah.
that hole you're talking about.
I lucked out, girl. I really did. Yeah, I just tossed my Challenger SS right on that. So, ooh! I forgot she did that. Oh my gosh. It was so awesome to see in real life her throw that almost all the way in the basket. Sarah, she was down in the middle, like, and she threw a sidearm out shot, like a big Anheuser, and it almost went all the way in. It was so cool.
Very steep green.
It is. By the time we got up there, it was like, whew. I think that's what we were talking about too. How slow we were walking up the hill. This is a par 3, 318 feet. That probably plays like 400.
Yes, definitely.
I did some funny business right there. Didn't turn out that great. Sarah has a killer drive.
Bomb.
Puts it, I think, in the
Super
circle.
bomb.
I'm pretty sure. Or maybe it's right outside the circle. But it
Wow.
was amazing.
You really have to pump something up that hill to get it inside the circle.
You do. And Ragna got it really far up there, too, with a backhand. And Crystal Fromm with a great shot.
Nice.
Right on up there. I had such a weird little gap right there. I had to throw like through the limbs, but it worked out. So what else?
We had a killer wind with this hole.
Did you?
Yeah. Pushing us down that hill.
I don't remember the wind being too crazy for us on that one. But on hole 1, I remember being so surprised with how heavy that headwind was. I feel like as the day progressed, it got warmer, the wind chilled out a little bit.
That's a nice food that by you.
Thank you. I'm so happy that I saved that. Yeah, and on this course, there's only like a few places where they have OB. The roads are OB, and to the left on 18.
Ooh, hole 12 is a tricky hole. It's a 534-foot hole, par 3. And the area to the right down there at the bottom of the hill, where all those trees are, seems like a bad place to be, but it's where a lot of people go because there are a lot of like open shots. To the left, not so much.
Yeah, I threw a sidearm down this gap every time, and I was really happy with the outcome. And it did the same thing just about every time I threw it. I feel so lucky to have an ESP force because I never had to go off the fairway and look on this hole at all.
I liked Ragna's shot a lot. That's what I tried to do, just like a straight to the left of that tree, and then it gives you a pretty good look at the basket.
Yeah, her shot was awesome. It was right there in the middle.
Yeah, the tricky part about throwing that shot is not going long, which is what I always did.
Definitely.
The
It's easy to
elevation is so
do.
easy, yeah.
Beautiful.
Wow. Beautiful hole. She
Amazing.
made it look so easy.
That was so awesome to watch and be a part of. Yeah, I did not try to run that. I just want you to know. She had a bunch that she was right on the middle, and I know tomorrow she's going to be making them all.
Oh,
Yeah, that was
what's up with that
unfortunate.
rollaway?
To throw it all the way down there and then play around by the basket.
Mm.
Yeah, that's what I did. But it's okay. I'm not doing it tomorrow. That's my shoulders off.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was Sarah's 2-putt. She threw it all the way down there onto the green.
Wow. Crazy.
It was
That's
so
a beautiful
amazing.
shot.
I forgot where my bag was. Don't mind me. Hole 13, 516-foot par 4. This hill is out of control.
It's too much. Yeah. See, Ragnar just threw a bomb, even though it's at the bottom of the hill.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it went very far, but it went real far. Yeah, this is a hard hole, but luckily enough, the left and the right are not OB.
Yeah.
And so you don't really have to worry too much except for, wanting to have great footing.
Yeah, that's really the only thing about this hole is just staying in the middle and just throwing as hard as you possibly can at that hill.
Yeah.
To get any distance.
And the positioning of where the basket is, way over there to the left. And so if you, even in the slightest, you're right in the middle of all those trees. And that's not that fun.
That's a pump right there.
Oh, yeah.
Getting to the top of that hill on 2 shots is really impressive.
It definitely is. Yeah. That was a really bad jump putt.
It was a good layup, though. So.
Yeah, it worked out, but ooh.
Yeah, I'm happy with a 4 on this hole.
Definitely. Just get your par, go on your merry way. Yeah,
Nice.
Crystal.
Nice putt. Ooh, did you give yourself a star?
No. I just couldn't move my foot. Like, if I kicked my foot back, there was like a vine that it would catch.
Oh.
And so I still staggered my feet, but I did move my back foot. Da, 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 da. Yeah, this event has already been so much fun. I just want to thank Steve Dodge, the Disc Golf Pro Tour, Smashbox, the Disc Golf Guy for being out there. All the volunteers, they're all doing such a wonderful job.
Oh, yeah. Great first day, definitely. Hole 14, you got a 375 par 3. It's actually one of the nicer birdie holes where you can actually try and go for something. You want to try and stay out wide because where Ragnar's going, you're going to be way too far off to the left of the basket from there.
Yeah, it takes the birdie look away.
We had a really strong headwind on this hole, and I threw my Explorer, but I was more focused with throwing it with hyzer than I was with throwing it hard, so it ended up early, but I got super lucky and was like in the second circle in the clear.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, the headwind wasn't pumping as much whenever we threw it, but it was still kind of a slight gust.
Yeah.
And I threw a Z force and it flipped over and I got a little, I don't know why I got nervous because it always comes back left, but it just kept going and going and going. And then it started a hyzer finally. I was like, whoa, okay. That was good. Whew.
And this hole's tough, even though like a lot of the women can reach it if you get down there. That's awesome.
No chains needed. Hey.
But even if you get down there, you have so many of those like guardian trees. It's not like an easy upshot by any means.
It really isn't. Like a lot of the holes out here, that was a great putt.
Super good.
But like a lot of the holes out here, if you don't keep it in your landing zones, you're gonna be working a little extra hard.
Yeah.
Great putt.
Great putt. Good hole.
Yep, we all got out of that alive and happy. This is a really neat hole. I didn't even know that route that Sarah took
Yeah,
was like real life.
I didn't know about that route either until this very moment.
Oh yeah, and it worked out for her too. It was pretty, you know, it was in a pretty good spot.
I just tried to throw a trespass with a little hyzer right in the line that she just threw. So
Yeah.
come back into that hill. Give myself a look at it too, but I wimped it too much today.
That's a great
Short.
play on this.
Ooh, that's looking good.
Yeah, I just threw a heat, you know, just straight down there, land in the middle, take my 3 and move on. That was my plan going into the hole.
Another one of many steep greens.
Yeah. Initially, I thought I threw that way too far,
Yeah.
but since the hill was so steep, it was just fine. Ragna using her sorcery, got her disc up the hill. I like to do that too, like use hand gestures to try to like make my
Do it
disc
all the time.
go.
That's how it works. That's how the frisbees go where they need to go.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Thank you. That one had me a little nervous, out of my hand.
Yeah, I have to be on my toes, but it's fine.
No pictures on a scorecard. Hey, hey. Dun, 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 dun.
There we go.
Yep, well played hole all the way around on that one. That's like 3 holes in a row where we all start.
Okay, hole 16, 354, par 3. Another one of those birdie opportunity holes, but you have to get through that mirage of trees in front of the basket.
Yeah, this one, it's definitely birdieable, but you really have to commit to your shot to get it through whichever gap you choose.
That's a good shot.
That was a really great shot.
It's really hard to get any distance on this hole.
It is.
Even if you get through it, you're likely going to be on the left side, if anything.
Yeah, I was an awkward turtle on my drive, and my disc ended up in the tree. But there's no 2-meter rule. Hey, hey.
I was behind this tree as well. I had to do a 1 knee up shot, feeling so low.
Woo!
Great putt.
Awesome sauce.
Good par save.
Definitely. Jump it right on in. I was a little bummed about that
I'm
one,
bummed about that one.
but I dusted my shoulder off and moved on. It's all right.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, but seeing it again, it's like, dun 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 dun. That's okay though. I'll be even more stoked tomorrow whenever I par it.
Yeah.
Pretty it. This one's hole 17, 525 foot par 4. This one, that is like a great spot to be on this
Yeah.
hole.
The real great spot to be is to the left of that bush, if you can get the distance off the tee.
You know, whenever I was practicing this, John Perry told me, whatever you do, just don't go in that bush. And so that's what I told myself whenever I got on the tee box. Just don't go in that bush.
But even that bush is hard to reach.
And since I told myself that, I didn't throw it as hard as I probably could have. And
Yeah.
it ended up a little short, but it was still all right.
Yeah. I try to set myself up so I'm like on flat land at the bottom of that hill.
Yes.
So I can actually throw a hard up shot.
Because it's easy to get up on one of those two little hills that are out there.
And in that tall grass.
Mm-hmm. Yep, you definitely want good footing when you're trying to throw up this hill.
Yeah. It's one of those hills where you want to like disc up.
Yes.
Because it looks way more deceiving than don't get up there. Another one of those basket on top of the hill type deals. It's a little bit of a drop off behind it.
Yeah, it's kind of strange because like the hill keeps going up and then it drops down slowly afterwards.
Yeah.
But I was so happy I threw that in.
Threw that in.
I needed that bird.
Great birdie there.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, Crystal.
That was a great putt from the knee.
Yeah.
I always love to watch women putt from their knee because, you know, we don't get as much power. And so it's always interesting to see how someone generates that power.
Yeah.
You know, because
I hate putting from the knee.
Me too.
I reached down so low that I have to like cut myself off and do some weird little spin thing at the end.
I feel like I can never generate enough power, but Ragna and Crystal have both shown us that, you know, they've figured out how to generate power, even when there's, you know, low ceiling.
Nice playing with
This is like one of my favorite parts is all the high fives.
Yeah.
Obviously, I high five everyone.
And you're gonna be first on the tee with solo birdie. So
Yeah, finish strong. Hey, hey. Through a pre-flight number ESP4 through that gap.
yeah, we have 315-foot hole, straight uphill, and that fence line is OB.
Out of
So the
bounds.
biggest challenge on this hole is making sure that you can get up there and not go out of bounds or be in the rough there on the right side.
Definitely. And that out of bounds is easy to get to. Real easy to get to.
Very easy. You got kind of a low ceiling coming up this hill too with that tree branch. So you either have to go under it or around it.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. I thought she was going to throw that in.
A lot of power. Standstill.
Mm-hmm, with a putter. Another great sidearm from Sarah.
Yeah, she played that hole really well.
She did. And I really feel like it's easy to play that whole sidearm.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh yeah. If you have it, use it.
go. I didn't think Crystal was going to be out of bounds, but it did.
Then we have Pixie King.
There I am.
And bang. Par.
Par, party.
Sarah cleaning up her super solid round.
Oh my gosh, it was so solid. It's fun to be a part of.
Well, thanks everyone for watching. Again, I'm Rebecca. Maddie.
I'm Pixie Cannon from Houston, Texas. Thank you to Discraft, Disc Golf Pro Tour, Smashbox, and all of you for being amazing disc golfers. Oh, yeah, and thank you for joining me on my first commentary.
Yeah, both of our first times.
Woo, first timers.
Woo!
Got it done. But yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, and also huge thanks to the spotters. They did a great job.
I love all of you. And we're just so excited for the next round at the toboggan, and join us for the next run of the footage.
Yeah.
The 2018 Tour Championship hosted by Prodigy. The men's side. Top 32 qualify. Top 16 earn buys. Tour points matter because tour points break ties. Round 1, Thursday, October 18th. The bottom 16 compete. One round, the top 8 advance. Friday, October 19th, quarterfinals. 9th to 16th are joined by the top 8 from round 1. Scores are reset to 0, the top 8 advance. Semifinals, Saturday, October 20th. 1st to 8th in tour points are joined by the top 8 from round 2. Win your card and advance. Plus 1 wild card. Payout, $500 for playing. Make it to the quarters, $700. Make it to the semis, $1,000. The finals, the winner goes home with $7,500. The Disc Golf Pro Tour Tour Championship, hosted by Prodigy at New World Disc Golf. Watch. Yeah! Hey there everyone, we are going to be doing the 2018 Patreon raffle. But before we do, first off, congratulations to the winners of our 2018 Super Chat at the Utah Open. The winners were William Laney and Steve Sanders. Those are the folks we announced in last week's Pro Tour Talk podcast. So William Laney and Steve Sanders, feel free to go to dgpt.com/winner and give us your information, and we will get you your Keen shoes. Don't forget to Super Chat. Now we will do our 2018 Patreon raffle for day one here at the Discraft Great Lakes Open, and the winner is Danny Nordley. Danny, thank you very much for being a Disc Golf Pro Tour Patreon. If you'd like to have an opportunity to win some prizes and or be mentioned on the broadcast, please, patreon.com/DGPT. It helps us go. Thank you all very much. Back to the show.
Hi, and welcome into the Disc Golf Pro Tour stop number 6 out here at the Discraft Great Lakes Open at Toboggan Park. This is a course that is only in a couple of times a year, so this is very special that we get to play out here. Now, before we talk about ratings, before we talk about players, before we talk about year-long standings, let's talk about this fantastic course. So, as the name might imply, toboggan, there's a lot of hills out here. So with that comes the ability to players to need to control their distance, both with the up and down and the left and right. There are some holes out here where you are throwing drastically up or down a hill, and distance control is the issue. This is a golfer's paradise. You can't just bomb it and then deal with what's left. You're going to have to control your angles, you're going to have to control your distance very well, or birdie is out of the question on some of these holes. If you are not in the right spot, you're gone. Now, we're not going to see the same sorts of problems that we had at our last stop in Utah. There's only one place on this course that's even out of bounds, and that's not till the 18th hole. There's one other drop zone on hole 3, but that's basically just for a lost disc. So all of the struggles that we saw out at Utah with just circles abounding on every card, if I remember right, there was only 2 people that had 1 round with no circles. You're going to have almost everybody out here with no circles. So if you can control these things and you can control your emotions well out here, if you miss a few birdies in a row, you're going to have to stay controlled. If you can do that, you can score well out here. Now, let's talk about who is going to be at the top. Now, if we take a look at our Disc Golf Pro Tour year-long standings, we're going to see a couple of people missing. Ricky Wysocki's not here. Eagle McMahon is not here. And so, even within our top 3, Paul, sitting in position 2, is going to have the opportunity to jump both of these guys. Paul hasn't finished worse than 5th in any of the Disc Golf Pro Tour events, and those points that he gets would be plenty for him to jump Ricky. Now, that's going to give him a big gap on Eagle in 3rd place and an even bigger gap on whoever's in 4th, because he's already got an 80-point lead on them right now, that being Double G. Now, the difficult thing about predictions for this course is that it's been since 2013 that this was a major event. That's the last time that it was an NT. Now, they have had A tiers here over the last several years, and those have been good tournaments, but they haven't drawn all of the names and the top-rated players the way that we have this weekend. So, how is this going to shake out? So let's take a look at who's here. So obviously at the top we have highest rated player in the world, Paul McBeth, coming in at 1044. He's going to be your favorite, but that doesn't mean that he's necessarily going to win. Behind him, it's going to drop off in ratings points pretty quickly. Kale coming in with the 2nd highest rating at 1033. From just coming right next door over from Minnesota. We've got Michael Joe making kind of a long trip to get out here, and then Ulibarri, James Conrad, Bradley Williams, Johnny McRae, and then after that we've got James Proctor as the last guy that's within 20 points of Paul. So that gives Paul a massive advantage. If he comes and he plays his normal game, he's going to be a favorite to win. But the problem is, we have to look way back to look at these results. And at that tournament in 2013, Ricky was actually the winner there, beating Double G by a massive 9 strokes. Now, Paul did okay at that event, finishing in 5th place, but that was 21 strokes behind Rick. In looking at Paul's scores, he shot a 55 the first round, and then a 55, and then another 55. So Paul has had good rounds out here, but not those fantastic rounds that I think he's going to need to shoot well. Now, if we look at that leaderboard from back 5 years ago, Ricky won, he's not here. Double G got 2nd, he's here. Will was in 3rd, he's not here. Devin was in 3rd as well, tied with Will. They're both in Europe along with Rick. So, I mean, it drops down to the players that have high-level tournament experience on this course. So, what does that mean for us this weekend? What I think that means is that it's a wide-open race, and that is fantastic for everybody watching at home, because we don't know who's going to do well out there. We've got some of the names that we should expect to do really good, and we've got maybe some locals here. Tim Barham is the highest rated local, and word around here is that he slaughters toboggan. So I'm curious to see him play here in just a few minutes on the lead card, but also we'll get to meet him in the profiles interview as well. So what's going to happen this weekend? I don't know, and that is exciting. So let's head out to the course, hole 1, and let's see how the Great Lakes Open is going to shake out.
At Kids Disc Golf, we believe the future is now. Talented and skilled junior disc golfers are getting ready to join us for the first ever United States Junior Disc Golf Championships hosted at Smuggler's Notch Resort in Jeffersonville, Vermont. Smugs boast world-class amenities and an experience like no other. Join other junior disc golfers and their families August 3rd through 5th and make this a family vacation you will never forget.
Hey there everybody, welcome to the Patreon raffle. This is our 2017 Patreon raffle. Today we're going to give away 3 prizes. It's a 3-round event, so we got 3 prizes. Day 1, pair of Disc Golf Pro Tour socks. Day 2, Silly Pint from the Tour Championship. Day 3, a Disc Golf Pro Tour soft t-shirt. You got it? Alright, so those are the prizes we're going to give away. We're going to pick our 3 winners right now. These will be the 3 winners throughout this entire event. Alright, so it's time for the Discraft Great Lakes Open Patreon raffle. We got 3 people we're giving away right now, and the 3 winners are number 57, number 6, and number 34. I don't know why I have to look at the screen when I say the number. That was kind of fun. So let's find out who those winners are. So our 3 winners are Joseph Culp, Marcus Bennett, and Matthew Byerly. Was it 34?
We have to go back and listen to it.
We might double check that, but I think it was Matthew Byerly. Thank you all very much for supporting the Pro Tour. If you'd like to be involved, patreon.com/DGPT. Give us some money, we'll invest it wisely and grow the sport together.
Ripping off tees like Hulk Hogan to the nth degree. Pros propel polymers with profound proficiency. Accuracy absurd, not like WTF Richers. Wise warriors, wow watchers with whimsical wizardry. Throwing plastic from all manufactories. Fine-tuning their strategies of dominating gravity. Disc catchers tend to cater to putts of a certain flavor. It's not the basket's fault. It's just part of the game, sir. Spherical geniuses and intricate savants put plastic into baskets from any angle they want. Shout out to the makers of the discs and gear they graciously flaunt. Ripping off tees like Hulk Hogan to the nth degree, pros propel polymers with profound proficiency. Breathtaking runs, vicious chain eruptions. One knows how they did based off the gallery's reactions. Circle One, plastic parking specialist, needlepoint accuracy like a turntablist, are here in Michigan to get the tour started again. So let's head over to TMD where the show will begin.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, along with Dixon Jowers, and we're here at the Great Lakes Open presented by Discraft, and we're actually in the Discraft head. Anyone, but there's some sweet goodies just beyond these doors right here.
Like
we were to
millions
do
of
some shopping around or looking for stuff.
So many piles of plastic. It's fantastic.
And just to be clear, you cannot come here and shop. That was a question that was asked earlier in the week. This is not a retail outlet, but we're, again, at the Discraft headquarters, and our players are out at the toboggan about 5, maybe 6 miles away from here at one of the most famed courses in all of disc golf.
Yep.
And we finally get to see it live on video.
Yeah, I've heard about this course for forever. I mean, there's those old videos of Robbie Bratton teaching distance, and when I walked up to that hole, I was like, this is my first time in Michigan, and I saw this hole like 10 years ago. I was so excited to be there.
And we still can't throw as far as Robbie Bratton was.
No.
I did see Lizard Lawyer, one of the MCs for many of those clinics and those demonstrations that were going on the YouTube videos from many years ago. So there's a lot of history here. There's a lot of great golf. The toboggan is a gorgeous course. We just watched the women as they navigated through it this morning. Any surprises, anything that jumped out at you from the women's side?
I think the juxtaposition between, so Jessica has the hot round, and then Sarah is right behind her. Jessica had lots of bogeys, lots of birdies, kind of all over the place. Sarah had an enormous amount of pars. Rebecca in third place had 15 pars. So just kind of seeing, if you want to attack the course, there's birdies to be had and there's bogeys to be had. If you want to just play safe, you can do that and kind of see where you fall.
Well, you talk about all of the pars that took place. What I saw taking place, Sarah Hokum throwing a number of backhands. And so that means not only is she getting more comfortable with the throw, but there's some holes that just call for that for Sarah Hokum out here. And I think that's something to think about as we're getting to our featured card. And speaking of our MPO featured card, who do we have on deck today?
Well, so we've got the tour points leader. This is one of the people that gets on the card. So that's Paul Macbeth. We have the fan vote winner, and that is Johnny McRae.
Yep.
We have last year's champion, which is Ziggy Bierkoven. And then we have the fan vote along with the sponsor vote, Tim Barham, or excuse me, the local player, Tim Barham. So, I mean, we've got people with lots of recent experience on this course. We've got people, Johnny loves this course, thinks it's his favorite course. Paul has played major tournaments here. Ziggy won something here last year. So we've got people that know this track and know how to attack it, which should lead, if you're looking at the scoreboard, Kevin Jones turned in 11 under. These guys know that they've got to get out there and do something.
Well, and it is a gorgeous afternoon. We'll talk about the weather throughout, but right now there are some light winds. It's sunny, but it is not hot and humid and sticky and disgusting like the Midwest has been treated to really for the whole last week.
Yeah, it's kind of shocking as you walk outdoors. Since I've been in Michigan, it's been stupid hot. And so as I'm about to walk outside and I see the sun blasting, I think, oh, geez, here we go again. But then I walk out and it's 75 degrees with a light wind. and it makes you want to stay outside and throw Frisbees and do things outdoors instead of retreating to the air conditioning like I've been doing since I got here.
Well, right now we're actually seeing, it looks like the crew on the right side of your screen, I believe those are some spectators that are taking in. We're seeing it from the catch camera point of view for the moment. Chad down at the bottom of hole number 1, or a little bit at the bend, we'll say, of hole number 1. Everyone else is getting into position. Over on the tee area, we've had the starter calling everyone out throughout the day. This is our final card, the 3:15 card. The women were teeing off everywhere between 7:30 and 8:30 this morning. So they're in, they've got lunch, they've done their commentating, and they're out relaxing for the rest of the day. And here we are with our final card getting at it.
Yeah, that group of people standing there, if they just turn around 180 degrees, they can watch 18's putt, or they can turn around and watch Johnny chuck one off the tee here.
This is Johnny McRae.
So this hole, it feels like when you can't see the basket from the box, it feels like you need to turn something over, but you don't. Just put a tiny little ante on it, and that's just a marking flag. That's not out of bounds. He's just marking it in the tall grass. There are lots of places out here where spotters are mandatory, and putting the flag there is just going to help everything move a lot easier. So here we go, Tim, the local, going with the high turnover. Or excuse me, no, this is Paul. And he will be in the tall grass as well. There's a little bit of a downslope on the left-hand side. His distance is fine. He'll be able to get up and down from there. The big thing you can't do here is turn this over to the right. If you turn it over at all, that is bad news. Or if you turn it over early at all, that is really bad news.
And this is Ziggy playing the turnover.
And he played the turnover.
He certainly did. I like it. And this is going to be Tim Barham. Yep. Tim Barham, one of the core members of Team Discraft. And you see the leaves moving around. The wind has continued to pick up from the morning into this afternoon. So they may be treated with some nice blue sunny skies, but they're also going to have the winds to go with it.
Yeah, it's bouncing out at around 15 to 20 miles an hour right now. And swirly, since they're going from on top of the hill down to the bottom, it's not doing one thing the whole way at all.
And one of the many spotters that are out there is on it. We'll be back with you in a moment.
Are you currently looking for the one? How do you get hooked up usually?
Through friends,
Players' parties.
sometimes even fans.
And how's that been working for you?
Not so good.
Have you ever tried looking online?
Never.
You should check this site out.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Find your go-to disc at blankinkdiscs.com today. 2018 Tour Support discs available now.
Gotta get one.
I need one.
The Dynamic Disc Recruit is a tournament quality basket at a practice level price. The Recruit is the ultimate basket for backyard practice or temporary courses. Get ready for tournaments. Get better. Get the Recruit.
So here's Ziggy. He's made the corner, but he doesn't have the best angle. And this is going to be a theme that we talk about a lot today. The angle that you come off of to approach the basket is going to determine lots. But fantastic shot there. He's going to be inside the circle, putting for his circle, or excuse me, putting for his par. So being in the spot to have the preferred shot coming in is very important out at this course. Distance, there's a couple of holes where massive distance is going to really come in handy, but for the most part, everybody here has enough. You're just going to have to put it where you want to put it so that you have the preferred angle coming in.
Beth blending into the long grass on the bottom of the hillside there, and a little bit short on that approach. Did he misread it, or the wind possibly push it down from behind?
Probably a little bit of both. Or it could have been like a hyena attacked him from behind as he was hiding in the tall grass there. I wish I could do like a Richard Attenborough impersonation and describe Paul's throw, but we'll just leave it at that. So this hole, if you don't have a perfect drive to give you a putt, then it's just absolutely jump putt layup territory here.
Also a little bit short and just behind, but on the bag as usual, Johnny McRae's wonderful wife, Jennifer McRae, out for a nice walk in the park. Now, we haven't seen Johnny out on the tour at the Disc Golf Pro Tour stops as much recently. He's, of course, been out there playing and performing very well, but we haven't seen him necessarily on the Pro Tour. Are you at all familiar with his schedule or what's been going on?
Yeah, they've just been doing some traveling. He's also had some health issues he's been going through lately, and so it's good to see him back on the course. Johnny is, he's a fan favorite. He's been playing golf for forever, and it's interesting to look at somebody that's been playing for as long as he has, because he does things with the disc that even if you've been playing for 10 years, you hadn't figured out some of these things yet, and so it's fun to watch him. I think it's interesting that here on the first hole, nobody is parked. So they've all got that tester putt for the par here. And the reality is, for most of the holes out here at the course, I was looking through the live scoring a few minutes ago before we got started, and I had to go to the 40th person to find a double bogey. On almost all of these holes, the huge numbers are not going to happen because of the lack of OB. It's just, are you going to get a birdie, par, or bogey? And you have to be able to string lots of those together. You have to be able to hit par-saving putts like Tim just did. And it's just going to be those one-stroke holes, but there's 18 of them out there. So you can have giant gaps by the time you're done, but on any individual given hole, probably not so much.
And Macbeth cleans up shortly after Barham does. Looks like Ziggy will have a little bit of a... You have to stretch out there just because his footing is a little bit awkward as he's pushing that right side rough. If you were coming down the fairway, that's right side. And there's one of those putts that you just talked about. You have to make sure you're cleaning up all of those par putts, hopefully with a little bit more confidence.
Yeah, and I think that goes back to his upshot. His drive was a little bit off, which left him with the straight shot where he couldn't come in at the angle he wanted, given the wind. And so that pushes him a little off to the side, leaves him a little uncomfortable. So hopefully Ziggy, after tapping in for the bogey here, is going to be able to get that straight heading over to hole number 2.
Let's move there now and a preview.
So hole 2 is uphill almost the entire way. It's labeled as a par 5, but so far today it's been playing way under par. Lots of ability to get a birdie here. What a lot of people do is they simply just throw to the base of the hill there, and if you're clean, then they go for the big shot to try to clear the top of the hill. If you're not clean on your drive, then a lot of people will lay up 50 feet short of this top of the crest here just to make sure that they have clean footing, and then throw a little approach shot and have their birdie 4 putt. This hole is playing as the easiest on the course so far today. 127 people through at a 4.36 average. So way under par, being the par 5. So we'll be able to see kind of what the attitude that the players are having on this course. If they're going to try to go for it, you have to decide on the box if you want your 3, and then you have to throw 2 good shots to have the putt. We'll see how aggressive they are, how aggressive they're going to be right here at the beginning to see if eagle is in their plan. And there goes Johnny, just aiming for the middle. I'd be willing to bet he's playing for the 4 based on that drive. I think this is the guy that we have to wonder about how he's going to go for it. If you see people throwing a turnover shot here or an ante, that means they're looking for distance. Oh, but the wind just smashes that down. He's on the short, but that is a long uphill throw from there. Yeah, Tim just going with the hyzer, putting himself in position. That's a very smart shot, very good place to be.
And speaking of position, when we do get up to the green, there is an area that is ribboned off, and that is not out of bounds. So I want to throw that out there right now, that is not play as OP. It's just simply to keep the spectators back. And we'll talk about spectators more in just a moment. We've got a great crowd and a great gallery out there on this opening Friday round. Welcome back, everyone. Dixon Jowers along with Terry Miller, the disc golf guy, and watching them walk up hole 2 really gives me an added appreciation for sitting here in this booth right now. Hole 2, as someone just posted on the board, said you can't appreciate it enough until you have to hike up it.
Yeah, there's a bunch of medium hills, but the hill on hole 2 and hole 13, those are the ones that'll get you. So here goes Paul trying to crush one up that hill, and he is off the fairway, it looked like.
Yeah.
Still probably be able to save his birdie look, but I think eagle is out of the question here. And when you're running up this hill to throw, it feels like you're on like a staircase or something. You have to throw so far uphill. It doesn't feel like you're going to be able to get much power here. Tim giving it a rip, and he is not to the top of the hill and off to the right. The basket is a little bit left of center, so he should still have a good angle from there. And he's in the short enough grass that he should be okay. Ziggy not going for the 3 at all if he's throwing a standstill shot. Oh, he's going roller. That's aggressive.
Wow. A roller uphill with a standstill. I like it.
Great. I mean, he's sitting better than Tim, but holy cow, that could go so bad.
Yeah, seriously.
Who would ever think of roller up the hill? I would.
Old man the friend. They all good.
And there goes Johnny. Yep, just putting it on the hill. That's a jump putt for an eagle that he'll probably just lay up to the elevated basket. And this is like a scene out of Braveheart. Look at this crowd coming up the fairway here.
A great gallery has joined us on this opening round. Really no surprise. I'm from the Midwest, just a few hours away over in Wisconsin. Last weekend we saw a lot of our players over in Minnesota. We love our disc golf in the Midwest, and I know it's loved all around the country and all around the world, but in the Midwest, as we were looking at this amazing gallery come charging up the hill, as you just said, just a beautiful sight to be seen. It's a Friday afternoon, and we're here for the live disc golf on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Of course, the Great Lakes Open presented by Discraft.
This is like they're looking for a rumble or something.
I think that just begs the question, if you were to get into some fisticuffs or a rumble, dream foursome on that card.
Out of disc golfers?
Yeah, out of disc golfers. If you needed a card to back you up as you were to head into battle or maybe a street fight.
Ben Askren would be one because he's also a professional MMA fighter.
Okay.
I'll go with him. Geez, I mean, there's not like, I guess Avery's a pretty big guy. There's not a lot of huge disc golfers out there.
And Tim Barham puts himself right next to the basket, the elevated pin here. As if we weren't going uphill enough, Steve Dodge said, this is where we need that elevated basket.
Yes, just keep going uphill. So Johnny's probably 120, 140 out, so not far at all. Just something you want to make sure that you get the right D. Ooh.
Wow, so he pulled it right, and then it hits off the tree and gets a very unfavorable kick. He's looking, that looked to be about circle 2.
Yeah, this is not, on the box you can think, maybe I get a 3, maybe I get a 4, a 5. If people are walking off of this hole with a 5, I promise they're upset about it. Yeah, 5 definitely feels like a bogey here. So there's you see the red rope that Terry was talking about to keep the spectators back. Just as a rule of thumb for this course, there's only one official OB area on the course. There's a couple of places where you'll get close to a road, and of course that's out of bounds. As far as in the grass or in the trees, there's only one spot, and it's on hole 18. So if you're curious about anything else, it's not OB. Now here's something that we'll have to keep an eye on. Johnny, when he gets ready to play, he wants to play. And having to wait for spectators to come to a standstill, that's been something in the past that Johnny has battled with. So seeing how he's able to control that focus during this round will be something to look at with such a large gallery.
Step putt by McCray is just a bit short, and I'll go ahead and say it. I know I say it at quite a few events. The pro tip always, you can be directly in line with any player that's throwing. It likely doesn't bother them, but you must stand still. Play your favorite game of statue and just stand perfectly still. They're okay with a bunch of people behind wherever they're looking. You just need to stand still.
Ziggy front cages for the second hole in a row. And this is how this course can get you. In the way that Utah put the pressure on you, that there was just so many circles available, this course is going to pressure you because you just feel the one stroke here, the one stroke there, and the combined weight of all of that is getting you because you know I'm not going to be able to have a great hole and catch up a bunch of strokes on you. It's always fun when you can just pitch a disc upside down for your birdie putt.
Let's take a look at a whole preview of hole number 3. We'll be back in a few moments.
So hole 3 here is going back down that hill we just walked up. And we've got some sledders on the hill, I guess. I'm going to guess Eric Oakley had something to do with that. So all of this stuff on the right is not out of bounds, but there is a drop zone for lost disc because it would take forever. The general problem on this hole is people afraid to turn it over to the right. They leave too much hyzer and they go down this slope on the left, leaving a really, really long upshot. This hole is 915 feet. It's playing dead middle as far as difficulty goes. About 28% birdie, about 25% par. You just want to put it on the short grass and give yourself a chance to hook one into this really, really big green. The keen wall there, again, is not out of bounds. It's just kind of separating some tall grass from the fairway cut. So if you can put it into play, you're going to have a chance at the birdie. Otherwise, you're scrambling for your par, willing to give up, or hopefully not giving up that single stroke again on this hole.
Well, the players have to think about how beautiful this hole is. No, it's tough to say signature hole. We're very early on in the round, but this one has to jump out at you.
Yeah, well, this is one of those fun ones where you can just blast. And as long as you don't turn it over right, you'll be able to find the disc to blast again. But if you turn it over right, I mean, it could land 10 feet from a spotter and you might not find it. It is very thick over there. I've got a disc of my own sitting off there to the right.
So you may know from experience.
And I decided, hey, I'm going to go in there and look for it. And I walked about 4 feet in and said, that's lost, and went right to the drop zone. Like, I didn't bother at all. It is so thick in there. But I did get up and down from the drop zone, just in case you were curious, from my par 4.
That was my next question. Paul Macbeth, checking out the live broadcast. Hey, Paul, feel free to send us a chat. Good to see you. And in all seriousness, a great gallery, lots of people out there. And you just mentioned a moment ago the spotters, the women that were just joining us for the commentary, Pixie and Rebecca. They thanked them, and we'll go ahead and echo those sentiments. A tremendous amount of spotters and workers out there trying to make everything run as smoothly as possible as we're treated here in Kensington Metro Park. So, and you mentioned it at the very top of the show, you may see a spotter run after a disc and then possibly put a flag down. In a lot of instances, that would mean that the player has gone out of bounds and they're marking the spot. Instead, these guys are just making sure that everyone can see where the disc is and it's not OB.
If that hyzers, that's going to be approximately a half a mile down the fairway.
It looks like it just didn't have enough time to come back out of it for Macbeth, and as we just mentioned, the spotter's going to run over there. And
yep. One of the things when you're throwing up a hill or down a hill, you want to try to match your nose angle to the slope of the hill. If you throw this one flat, as the hill drops away, you're going to have massive hyzer take over. So you want to be able to control the nose of your disc if you want maximum distance here. So this one is going to go way left. Now, again, not OB, and he looks like he's maybe over there on 2's fairway, but it's going to be a big huck from there to get over to a putt.
McRae keeping it low and in the short grass. Great shot by Johnny McRae.
I mean, the drop zone, you can see it there on the left. It's right about where the hill planes out. So if I was able to get up and down from there, if these guys can beat the drop zone and be on the short grass, it's definitely within their distance to get up and down.
Yeah. Go, Dick. Yeah, Ziggy.
That looks like that's what Ziggy's doing. He's just putting something in the middle. Yeah, I mean, that's 100 feet past the drop zone.
We'll be back after a word from our sponsor.
Tempercraft USA. Double wall 18/8 stainless steel construction keeps it cold while you're hot, keeps it hot while you're cold. Get your customized growlers, tumblers, and sports bottles. With a lifetime warranty and 1% back to the planet. Tempercraft USA. Temper your thirst.
Right, you,
Welcome
Tim.
back as our competitors are moving down the fairway of hole number 3. Please go on and like, share the video, let everyone know you're watching live disc golf right here on Disc Golf Pro Tours channel. Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guide, joined by Dixon Jowers. We are at Kensington Metro Park, just outside of Detroit, Michigan. Apparently there's another big World Cup game of sorts, some other sport taking place. Is there any updates out there for all the followers?
Well, Belgium was up 2-0 after 2 goals in the first half, but it looks like Brazil may have just scored, if I'm reading the article right here. Nope, Belgium's still up 2-0. So now we can get back to disc golf. If anybody's watching both, you don't need to watch that anymore. You're just going to see Neymar rolling around on the ground.
This is Tim Barham from the left side fairway. In fact, he may be over by, that might be 13's fairway.
Yeah, it's 13.
Actually.
Tim has a long putt. This green is elevated from the rest of the fairway. It's not a huge, obviously you just walk down a giant hill. This is probably only, I don't know, 10 or 15 feet worth of elevation from the flat part of the fairway.
I like the smart part of the gallery up in the top side of your screen, all hanging out in the shade.
Although today that's not as necessary. 2 days ago, I bet every one of those people would have been standing in the shade. And Ziggy is up on the top level, but you need to really push that shot to get all the way to the back. He's going to have a very long putt for the birdie 3. So now we're going to have to find out if Paul was, how far into this stuff he was. Because if he's side slope in the tall grass, that's going to be obviously difficult footing to see if he's close enough to be able to just do a standstill shot and get there. We ought to be able to judge that based off what Johnny does here.
Johnny getting over the final hump there, and it looks like he's just about at circle's edge. I'm also taking a look at the live scoring via udisclive.com. Please go check them out. See that Dave Felberg, who is through 12 holes, is currently sitting 6 under par, and he jumps out at me as one of the scores that doesn't have any blemishes on his scorecard. And then, of course, we have a few of our hot scores right now, being Kevin Jones, Corey Ellis, and Bobby Musick, all without any bogeys on their scorecards.
See if Paul can generate enough to get all the way back to the basket there. No, he's going to be short. Looks like circle 2. So again, nobody having an easy putt. Some people having just long, short upshots to get up and down here.
I believe it was yesterday or the day before I saw a post from Paul Macbeth, but first we'll talk about the scores. Like we said, Kevin Jones in the clubhouse right now as your leader. Really no surprise there. He's been playing some really good golf as of late. He's 11 under. We have Corey Ellis at 9 under. He has just hole 18 to complete. Bobby Musick celebrating a birthday a couple weeks ago. We saw him over in Utah. Sits at 8 under par. And then Drew Gibson, James Conrad, Charlie Goodpasture, all sitting there at 7 under par. Oh, correction, I'm sorry. A couple more that we're seeing on there as well, including Willie Prince and Eric Oakley, 7 under par. So that seems to be one of the better scorers right now, and we have quite a bit of our field out and on the course. In fact, everyone has either started or has completed their round already.
Yeah, Eric was saying in some of his practice rounds he had a 58, which felt okay. He had a 56, which felt good, but not great. And that's what he has put up here. So that's about what he was shooting in practice. So he knows he can do a little bit better than that. Even though I'm sure he's feeling okay about that score right now. One name that I see doing really good is Nico, who has missed a couple of events lately, at least on the big tour. He's been playing some things locally in Missouri, but he is 6 down through 8 holes right now. So great start for Nico.
Here's a chance from Macbeth from circle 2. Oh, and wow, what a run off the right side. That was about as far back in circle 2 as you could be. Sitting about 60 feet from the pin.
Did I mention that I got up and down from the drop zone on this hole?
You may have said that, and I'm not sure why you weren't teeing up at 8:30 this morning. I think you should have been out there.
Hey.
McRae from that right side. Solid chains, but then it gets up and rolls on him just a few feet away. So McRae letting one get by him there. I'm going to continue to take a look at the score. James Conrad had started out this round with 6 consecutive birdies to get started. He was finally halted on hole 8 with a bogey and then bogeyed again on hole 10, but he still has a really good round. Again, he's in the clubhouse sitting at 7 under par. So Nico LaCastro, you just mentioned a moment ago, he has that great start. 6 under through 8 is very impressive. He was down in Missouri. He hasn't been at the last few big events, and it looks like he's ready to go here this weekend.
Yeah, I'm curious to see kind of what the consistency of the scores are going to be. Lots of birdies out there, but not a consistent which hole is happening. Hole 4 here is a good chance for a birdie. This feels like a hole that you need to crush your drive, but it's not. Because of the way that the fairway turns to the right, once you make it through this first gap of these 2 trees, you feel like you need to get past this group of 6 or 7 trees. But the reality is, if you can land at the base right here of this group of trees, you've got the angle you want. And actually, the further you go and the lefter you go, the worse your angle is, because you will end up passing up the uphill. You want to be able to approach this basket from a good spot with a comfortable distance, because on the back side of the basket, it drops down and you can get some severe rollaways. So you want to really be able to control your angle coming into this green if you want to have that look at the birdie 3.
Dixon, in one of our camera previews, actually, right now, we're again watching that gallery. And I think you discussed it, or you brought it up a little bit earlier, saying that is one component as we're seeing the crowds come out, as we're seeing people enjoy the coverage right there live and at the course. They need to be conscious of what's going on the course, and our players, there's a little give and take there. They have to understand, well, it's going to take an extra moment for the gallery to settle, or there may be an extra distraction. And unfortunately, those things will have to be in the back of their mind as they play throughout, and we'll see if that ultimately impacts anyone. Hopefully it doesn't, but it is something to consider here.
Yeah, I mean, all of these guys have been on camera before, so they at least know that they might not like it that everybody's moving, but they at least know what to expect and know kind of how to deal with it. Now, there is a really aggressive line on this hole, and that's what it looks like Paul's taking here. It's just a giant hyzer around the right side to try to get past that landing area and get really close. And there you go. If you can do that, you might as well. I don't really have that shot, but Paul's going to be sitting in a fantastic spot, probably just a little standstill Nova right there. And there goes Johnny namasteing his way across the camera. I'm really curious to watch Tim, because as I played the course, you know, every hole kind of, I decided, okay, here's what I want to do. But I was playing it blind with no guide. And so, like, I'm curious to see what the local, after they've played it several times, they've probably come up with some better ideas. And I just want to see how to effectively go after this course. He's going with the hyzer as well. And he has ended up short and left of those trees. That's going to be a difficult shot, I'm guessing, because it starts to go uphill a little bit. So he's not going to be able to have the angle that he wants under the trees to then get back up over the hill. And there goes Johnny popping a hyzer. And really, if you crash into those trees, fall down on the good side, everything's good. Yeah, he looks like he's sitting good there. Oh, that's actually not an awful spot given the places you could mess up. He's still going to have somewhat of an angle to get to that hole.
Welcome back. We've got Ziggy on the, let's say, right center side of the fairway. Is that a good way to put that?
Yeah, he's going to have a crazy little angle here to try to skip up that hill.
That was a good release. Might have been just a bit to the left. The gallery does like it.
Yeah, he'll have a long uphill putt from there, but not the best.
Looks like there might have been a slight tremor or earthquake here in Michigan there for a moment.
I think some giant tree fell down behind them.
And you mentioned earlier, and here's an exact place where it could come to mind and maybe even impact strategy a little bit here, Dixon. The 2-meter rule is not in play here, and I know that can be hit or miss. That can be somewhat regional, very popular over in California, sometimes in the Midwest as well. But the 2-meter is not in play here, and what that essentially means is if you do get stuck at any height above the ground, you are not going to be penalized. In some other tournaments where the 2-meter rule is in effect, that means anything over 6 feet 6 inches or 2 meters receives a penalty stroke. Where that spot is. Barham throws a nearly perfect forehand right up to the pin.
Yeah, that was a great shot. He got a little bit a fortuitous bounce to land right on that pathway. Paul now is going to have to throw a turnover shot here that's going to have to hold it the whole way and then break out right at the last second. Almost exactly like that. I think if I could just come up with the idea and then Paul would execute them, we would be world champions at least 4 times.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you think he needs your help?
Need is such a strong word there.
McCrae pulls that one a little bit tight on that right-hand side.
I would say that he would win it no less than 4 times with me as his coach. So Tim with not the best drive, but the best upshot. He's got a putt that he feels that he should hit every time. And a player of his caliber thinks of those as just dunk shots after such a good approach. Johnny and Ziggy have a little bit of work to do for their birdie threes. And I'd love to see Ziggy put one in here to kind of get over the fact that, okay, I haven't hit a good putt yet. I've had some opportunities and I haven't done it.
Great putt by Johnny McRae. I like it. Little tip of the hat for the gallery that gives him the applause. And Ziggy will have about the same distance, slightly different angle, maybe a little bit more, a little bit steeper angle, in fact.
And he's putting right towards the downslope. If he goes past this basket, it begins dropping off almost right away. He is off right side. I believe it sat. Didn't look like it had much steam going past there. Yeah, I think that's what Tim was checking on to make sure he was out. So Tim now with a good drive, fantastic upshot, and has a routine putt here for his birdie 3. Oh no!
Tim pulling that one to the right. Interesting to see every putt that's hit chains and not stayed in today. It looks like it's been high and right, and I'm certainly not making any claim of the basket. I'm saying every single putt has been high and right for anyone that's missed, but yet hit chains. Ziggy, of course, hitting low a few times.
Yeah, I think
anything to make of that? Is that just a weird coincidence in the first few holes?
Yeah, I think that's just a weird coincidence because, I mean, unless there's some sort of a ground wind coming up and pushing left to right.
Maybe the Utah altitude from a few weeks ago where only one of these players was? Yeah. I don't know. Either way, we're through 4 holes. We'll see you guys after a hole preview on 5.
So 5 now, the first chance at a pretty, the first chance to have a really close putt. However, it's not an easy shot. You're going up the hill and you need to turn something over, and it basically needs to hold that ante the entire way. There is one clean alley that you're looking for with lots of tiny little alleys that you could get lucky with. So our players, they're probably gonna throw mids or slow fairway drivers here, something that they can control the angle really well and hope to just take it far enough to the right so that they have that putt. This isn't a hole that's a gimme by any stretch, but it is a hole that they all, I'm sure, have parked in practice, and they've figured out, okay, here's the disc I want to throw, here's what I need to do. And the danger on this hole, if you get all the way clean, is getting into that backside shoal right there behind the basket.
Mm-hmm. The crowd is... in a dangerous spot. Do they know that they might have to aggressively? I'm just saying, like, that's the miss on this hole. So
I think Paul still has the box here with his birdie 3. This feels like it. The angle feels like a nova for me, for Paul. The uphill and the distance, he might go with a rock 3 here. But it's the sort of shot that we would see him shape with a nova. Oh, brother. Was this like a sky roller? There's a line I haven't seen. He's putting. Okay. I don't really know what to say for that. Not what I was expecting. That's what I was expecting right there. A controlled turnover mid that slides up. He's inside of circle 2, maybe up to circle 1. It looked like he got a kick off of the tree there at the end to keep him from going all the way to the pole. Tim just
too much edge on that one?
He overcooked his grits just a little bit too much there. You don't need a ton of distance here. Angle is so important.
Overcooked his grits?
Sorry, I'm not from the Midwest. We have these things in the South called grits, and you can overcook them.
Wow. And Ziggy,
he will take that
in the Michigan bounce.
Yep.
Go back to Tim. And Barham has a long jumper. And he's going to put himself right next to the pin. This has to come in as one of the shortest holes on the course. Is that correct, Dixon?
Yep. It is, yeah, it is the shortest. I mean, I guess it's also one of the shortest, but it happens to be the shortest as well.
Speaking of short, go out and grab the short link right beneath the YouTube video. Make sure you share it with everyone. Let them know you're watching opening round coverage of the Great Lakes Open presented by Discraft.
That was...
Did we just short him?
I don't know what happened there. I thought that was going to hit left side, but it landed right side. I don't know if that hit the front mast or what.
And McCrae's hits off the top of the basket and then gets a little roll back toward him.
And they are dinging up these baskets. Not a whole lot of chains so far, but several cages and belts. That new paint job's going to take a test.
And these, of course, are the new Chainstar Pros, recently released by Discraft.
There you go. Yeah, a good catching basket. My first basket I ever had was a Chainstar, so I've got lots and lots and lots of putts on one of these versions. And everyone else will clear up here on hole 5. This isn't. They're not super upset. Well, there you go. There's the little underleg putt there from Tim Barham. They're not super upset.
This is Dixon Jowers filling in for Will Schustrick, who is over in Europe competing at disc golf. Here we are on hole 6, 540 feet, and the drive is what's important on this hole. You go down off of the box and then you go back up a hill, but where you land is extremely important. If you're too off to the left, you will not have a good angle for the tunnel. If you are too far to the right, you're not going to be up the hill far enough. You have got to get enough distance so that you have a flat second shot. If you can beat this tree and stay on the short grass, you are in a good spot to be able to challenge this hole for the birdie. Now, once you get to this good landing zone, you have about 200 or 250 feet to go with one tunnel that you have to hit. It's about 60 feet across. However, there is a lot of shoal on both sides. If you can beat this tunnel, you will have a long putt. If you can beat this tunnel well, you'll get to the top of the hill.
Paul was not interested in what I have to say.
No, but according to you earlier, he should be listening to you. How does that drive fare for him?
He got far enough for the ideal landing zone, but he is off to the left, so his angle is what's going to be the big deal here. He'll have an easy angle for the par. I don't know if he'll be able to get up and down for the birdie. That can have just a tiny bit of highs. That is perfect drive by John.
Great shot landing right next to our catch cameraman, Chad.
That's within a foot of perfect. It might be sitting on the perfect spot, but that was a tremendous drive by Johnny. And Tim said, "That looks good, Johnny. I'll take some of that."
Follows it up. Quite as far, but just about as good.
Yeah. The ideal landing spot, you've got a little bit of space to work with there, and they are both well within range there. They're going to have standstill, wide open looks down the tunnel for their birdie threes. He's center cut where he needs to be as far as the line, but I don't know if he got far enough up the hill. We'll be back in just a second to see how he approaches it. Ziggy looks like he's got about a foot past where he needed to for the height. He's going to be able to burn this first hill to try to get it all the way through the tunnel. And he has done so. He's going to have a little bit of a putt left. Probably not what he's wanting at this point. I think he probably just like a few holes of tap in. Not really wanting to take the test at this point. But you can see what Tim and Johnny are looking at here. This is so perfect of a spot. While this whole green is a little bit hilly, it's not a drastic hill in any direction. So if you fly the hill or fly the basket, it's not terrible. But if you have a gentle hyzer coming in, this is a parkable shot.
Little flip up as it's pushing to the right side, and that's certainly in makeable range.
So you can see from the basket, you can't see Paul. So that means Paul can't see the basket either. I think that's the transitive property, but something in that.
If he would only listen to you, I think.
Right. A minus B plus C squared equals Paul can't see the basket.
So Macbeth is on this right side, or correction, left side of the fairway. One consideration, as we see Paul kneeling down right now, there is some poison ivy that can be found out on this course. I still don't know what it looks like. Apparently I walk right through it all the time. It's got 3 or 4 or 28 leaves or something, but that is something to consider, that the rough can be rough out here and punishing after the fact, but Macbeth is just going to make quick work of this and put himself right there for a birdie 3.
That's not so bad. Leaves of 3, let it be. Now, I don't know how many different plants out there have 3 leaves, but if there's 3, just play it safe and leave it alone.
Like you said, prime position here from McRae.
Bring it up. Yeah.
Beautifully executed.
1 point for medal for Johnny there.
Tim Barham with the fist bump.
So this is kind of like hole 1 with the exception of Johnny. We've got 3 guys who had good upshots, who have just a little bit of meat left on the bone. Something that they're going to have to take care of here for their birdie 3. And there's the scene you see all the time when Johnny's playing. Johnny and Jennifer walking hand in hand up the fairway. That's a great thing to have. To not only just to have a supportive wife, but not just supportive. Yeah, okay, you go play disc golf, but out there with you. They have a great relationship, and they've been together for a long time. It's always encouraging to see them with their affection towards one another. Ziggy here from just outside circle 1, it appears.
Ziggy waving to one of the fans, probably asking him just to maintain and stop where they were. And again, Ziggy releasing low. Now, he was putting uphill. You have to take that into account. But just didn't look like he gave that enough power, even if that would have been a completely or a perfectly flat putt.
This would be a great scramble by Paul. Ooh, that's fun stuff.
Paul off to a great start here as he pushes 4 under par. We're taking a look at hole 7 in a few moments. We'll also be able to give you some scores from around the course.
There's a good pickup for Tim. So Tim and Johnny saying, hey, if you land in the middle, it's an easy birdie. And Paul's saying, I don't need to land in the middle. I'll just get a birdie anyway.
And Ziggy will tap in for the par. Here comes hole 7.
Hole 7 is another fun one where your drive is going to determine what happens after the fact. You've got about 120 feet or so to get to this tunnel, and then you want your shot to be breaking to the left. And the further left that you can get, the better. Anything that is right of this tree in the middle of the fairway, you probably don't have the angle at the basket. Now, it's not the funnest to stand over in the tall grass, but you don't mind doing that if you've got the open angle. It's really difficult to be able to putt on this hole, even though the distance isn't that big. The angle coming off of the box, unless you have some sort of power turnover forehand that's going to come back, I think everybody here is just looking for a safe drive, easy upshot, take my par. And I know that said 363. I have a hard time believing that. There we go, 483. That sounds more like it.
Might have been queued up with possibly a shorter tee that.
Yeah, there is a FPO tee that's just outside of the tunnel there. That needs to move left quite a bit.
Not too much ground play as you would expect. Maybe a little bit more of a skip, but the grass not giving away here to Paul. And how does this one compare? Maybe just a bit shorter?
It looked like it nicked something through the tunnel. However, I mean, he's out in the open and he's got the angle. He's just going to have a longer upshot. This hole is playing as the second easiest hole on the course as a par 4. Yeah, the par 3 363, that had to be the tag left over from the FPO video. But more than half of the field is getting a 3 here. It's not a difficult drive. It's not a difficult upshot. You just need to tag both of them together. And that is short as well, but that's forehand or turnover area there. I've seen Ziggy's forehand on some other holes. He might have what it takes to have a really crushing drive here. Well, cut a little ivy off of that first tree, but he's sitting there right around Tim and Johnny.
Listen to a word from our sponsors and then come back with scores. And welcome back. We're here with Johnny McRae on the approach shot of hole number 7.
Thank you.
And Johnny McRae fighting up that right side on the hillside.
I'm going to guess that was a shield. Johnny does some pretty amazing things with turnover putter shots. Just a ridiculous amount of distance that he gets on that shot. And also being able to control the angle as well.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, this is about where my drive was. I felt it was okay coming out of the alley. I did not realize how left I needed to get. And you can see Tim, there's nothing straight here. He's going to have to go with a spike forehand or some sort of high turnover shot. He looked like he was about to try something crazy there, but I think he's realized that threes are good here. There you go.
And something you have to consider when approaching this green is coming in at just the right angle so that it doesn't somehow catch edge and then end up ultimately rolling all the way back down that hill.
It's not a giant slope, but it's enough that if you're, we are throwing round pieces of plastic here. If you get it on edge just right, it can go for quite a ways. Ziggy burning up the side. Great shot, about the same distance as him, a little bit flatter of a putt though. Great spot for Ziggy. And Paul now sitting in ideal location. It's too far for the 2 probably, but an easy up for Paul, unless he wants just to go try to dunk something in just for the heck of it.
Ooh. Surprised to see that not quite as on point as you would expect from McBeth.
Yeah, not very sharp there by Paul. Huh. I'm kind of curious. That looked like a rock, maybe. That looked like some sort of champion plastic disc as opposed to his Nova, which I would assume any 200-foot shot wide open like that is all he would throw. Yeah, Paul might be out of everybody here.
Blue and red.
This still being relatively routine for someone of McBeth's caliber, but yeah, certainly interesting to note that that was not his best effort on that approach.
Yeah, it's weird how the mindset changes. If he was in the trees and he got to that putt, he would feel great stepping up to it. Wide open shot and you leave yourself a 20-footer, you step up and you feel like you don't know what you're doing anymore. And the numbers are going to go up on this hole. It was at 58% birdie beforehand, and it looks like we're going to go all-star here. Yeah, I can see go up after Paul, it went to 59. After Johnny, it went to 60. Yeah. And then Tim and Ziggy are in for our first all-star birdie.
Let's take a look at hole 8.
Hole 8, if you don't have somebody playing with you, you might as well just throw all your Frisbees in the trash. This tree that you're coming up on the right, you almost have to throw over the top of it if you want to get down to the fairway. There is a lot of tall grass on the right, and when you throw over that tree, you have no idea where it's going other than a general guess. A good drive lands anywhere down here on the short grass and leaves about 150 to 200 feet approach. Now there is trees right as you go into the woods here, as being woods kind of defines that there's going to be trees there, right? But there's a little alley that you have to hit. So you want to land towards the middle of the fairway so that you're open here. If you catch those trees going in, you're a little outside the circle 1. If you can beat those trees, pretty easy putt for the birdie 3. if you have the good drive and the good up.
Well, and as you just mentioned a moment ago, when we were down there surveying the course, we said, where's our catch cameraman going to stand? Because it's going to be really difficult as they're coming around that big bend. We're taking a look at the scores. Kevin Jones still in the clubhouse as your leader. No one has pushed out to that past that 11 under par. Dave Feldberg is certainly on pace to possibly tie or exceed that. As Feldberg sits at 8 under par through 14 holes. Bobby Music in the clubhouse along with Drew Gibson. Drew Gibson having a strong finish. Nico LaCastro looking really good at that 7 under par through 11. And then joining him, we see Willie Prince, James Conrad, Charlie Goodpasture, and Eric Oakley all sitting at that 7 under par.
As a group, we're moving.
Yeah, the catch cam, wherever he stands, he needs to have protective gear on. Because down there at the bottom, you just need to have your head looking straight up. Now, this is a hole that we had a discussion about of, is this a par 3 or a par 4? And Paul is the guy that I wanted to see play this hole. If you wanted to have a 3, you have to throw or if you want a 2 here, you have to have a very aggressive line and then a little bit of luck there at the end. And Paul is known to have a little bit of aggression on the box sometimes. That is looking good. And who knows at this point? Oh, you see a spotter running up the side of the hill there.
And Macbeth may have an obstructed putt from just outside circle 1.
Well, I bet he's a little further than circle 1, but I mean, it's not an upshot, that's for sure. Yeah, look at all of the spectators hiding behind the tree there. Now there's a putt from the edge of circle 1. Fantastic drive by Johnny there.
You mentioned that this is 462 feet. How far effectively would you say it plays or throws?
I mean, it's going down 64 feet. So it is quite a drop. I'd say it plays probably about 400, but because you have to throw it so high, your nose angle is super important to be able to get the distance and not just die out and start hyzering it back towards you. This hole is playing just on the easy side of the course. It's the 10th most difficult hole. 70% of people parring this hole.
That's right.
I got a whoop. 4 drives all down at the base or beyond. We'll see in a moment.
This is Dan, and this is Tyler. Dan and Tyler like disc, and they like beer, so they combine them in a rigorous scientific process. Disc Golf, a card game that challenges your disc skills, drinking ability, and your friendships. With 3 categories and over 50 individual cards, mix and match. Get rid of cards you don't like, or make your own rules. Disc Golf is truly American.
Welcome back as our players are just getting to their drives here on hole number 8. Thank you to all of the generous and gracious supporters and sponsors here of the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Terry Miller along with Dixon Jowers as we are stationed in the Discraft headquarters here for the weekend, bringing you live action from Kensington Metro Park.
Yeah, Discraft has been super generous to let us come over here and camp out in their new facility, these new offices. It is very nice. Wi-Fi is great. And they come in about 8 times a day to say, hey guys, make sure you get a drink if you want.
And dipping in and out of the basket, though, is Ziggy. He doesn't quite connect. It was close. His putter just seems to be a tad off today.
So Paul from the weeds again. See if he can hit his safari putt, unlike hole 1.
Uphill. Oh, and he gave it plenty of power.
Crikey!
You certainly had to think about whether or not he'd be able to have enough power. He's kind of a staggered stance, putting uphill. This is Barham with a good look at birdie. I think anytime you're looking at a birdie or a potential birdie here on hole 8, you've had a very solid drive.
Yeah, this is a bonus 2 for sure. Bangers.
And the crowd erupts. Jim Barham with the birdie here on hole number 8.
18% are deucing this hole right now. So that is definitely a bonus gift. Johnny here with just a putt. Only 18% are birding. Only 8% are in circle 1 in regulation. And here's Johnny.
Oh, and McRae
overcooks the putt, trying to compensate for the uphill slope there.
Might have been a mosquito on his thigh that he was going after there. Just like we saw on the previous hole, about the same distance from Macbeth on his comebacker and keeping the scorecard clean. Remains at 5 under par through 8. And of course, we invite you to go out, check out udisclive.com. We've talked about a few of our top scores that have come in so far today, but we're also seeing some others. Martin Hendel from Canada. Looks like he's sitting at 6 under par. Reed Friscura sitting at 6 under par. We saw Lewis Bitney, who's now at 6 under par.
Seems to be a fun place to be hanging out. One of the ways to get there is to throw a couple of birdies where you're not expecting to get them. And this is one of those holes, just like hole 8. Hole 9, you are going uphill and to the right. The tricky part about this hole is that you need a late break on your disc moving left to right. A decent drive is going to end up right here by these trees, which is going to leave you about 80 feet out. If you can figure out a way to get under those trees, the problem of getting under them is that you're going so far uphill. So to be able to continue that angle underneath them is very difficult. I'll be shocked if we see more than 1-2 on this hole, or even any at all.
Well, I'm taking a look as we're moving down the leaderboard, also seeing that some people had struggled with this hole. There's been very few bogeys that have happened in the early goings of the round, but when somebody does run into a bogey, this seems to be one of the common places to do so.
Yeah.
Coming in as the 3rd most difficult hole on the course as well.
Only 1% of people are birdieing this hole. 20% bogeying, 80% par. So you might look at it and say, well, then this has to be a par 3 because 80% of people are doing it. Now, the people that think that hole or scoring separation is the big deal about the quality of a hole, they wouldn't like this one at all. So 99% of people are getting 1 of 2 scores. They don't like that kind of stuff. 0% parked, 0% circle in regulation. Circle 1, 6% circle 2.
Well, and another thing to talk about or consider as we're out here at this very famous course that so many people have kind of have grown to love and to know, mainly for the United States Amateur Disc Golf Championships, we've seen that they've actually added a few tees. They've adjusted some of the tees out here in preparation for this event. And so if you're used to seeing this, or maybe you've played here before and you're thinking, well, that looks a little bit different from what I've seen in the past, that's because it very well might be. We've seen, is it 7 or 8 of the tees have been adjusted that are different in terms of the FPO versus the MPO division, making up almost 2,000 feet.
I believe it's 7.
4. Heads up.
And Barham's birdie puts him on the top of the box, and he's moving some spotters out of the way, some involuntary spotters, that is.
It looked like he was trying to go hyzer flip there, and it got to flat, but it didn't get over. Is that a rock ball was just doing that one?
And there's the,
oh, geez.
Pumping it up that inside route.
Holy cow.
Wow.
Holy cow. That's an incredible shot right there.
Well, in taking a look at it yesterday, I was underplaying just how difficult that shot really was. I said, this looks like the way to go if you can get it there, but seeing what Macbeth had to do to put it up that far, very impressive.
Yeah, and that's a fine spot, easy up and down, or relatively easy up and down there for Johnny. But I mean, Paul's shot right there is one of those things that separates him from other people. That's a shot that not very many people can make, even within this crowd of talented golfers. Yeah, that's a great drive by Ziggy, and we would probably say that's the best of the bunch. If Paul hadn't just thrown the best.
I've never cleaned that up before.
Now you get to feel like to be what it's part of the gallery here.
Also, a tip that came in from the board and one of our gracious employees at Discraft, reminding everyone if you are out on the course, whether you're spectating or a player, make sure to check yourself for ticks, as apparently they're known to be found out here.
Oh, jeez. Tim almost just stuck one on that basket. What a great shot there.
And if I could just further my point from a moment ago, Steve Dodge has done so much with the Disc Golf Pro Tour, of course, having all the watch parties. Turn your watch parties into tick checking parties, and you could really just kill two birds with one stone.
Yeah. I think you need some sort of like a local permit to do that sort of stuff. I'm going to go ahead and recommend against what Terry just suggested for you guys out there.
I've never been turned down for a tick checking party.
Oh, here we go. Here's the Johnny Turbo putt.
We have not seen one of these in a while from long range.
Get in the hole. Come on, Johnny.
Oh, no. Wow, what a run by McRae.
If this is one of the first times you're seeing Johnny, he pulls those out every now and again, and he can throw those accurately for well over 100 feet. And here's Paul, only the ninth person that has gotten, or excuse me, the first person that's gotten inside circle one today.
Let's see if he can capitalize. And he does so. Macbeth with the exclamation point off the drive on hole number 9.
And if you're watching you just live, the 1% birdie just turned into 2%, and the 0% circle one in regulation just turned into 1%. There you go, folks. When you're the highest rated player in the world, you can do stuff like that. Wow.
Everyone else will tap in for their measly pars. Let's head to the back half.
Just a little old measly par. So 10 is coming in at it's a really interesting hole here. The wall is just for beauty. There's no island or anything going on here. It's 370 feet, and the last 120 feet or so of this hole are going uphill to the right. You need to throw a high turnover shot, beating this first tree on the right, and pretty much going over this bush on the left. There is this kind of creek that runs right up the middle. It's not out of bounds, but it's very thick there, so you might have difficulty getting up and down. If you can get something turned over and hold that left to right the whole way, you'll have an opportunity to putt for the 2 here. This is a hole where probably the worst score you would see is a 4. And so it's one of those ones where a stroke is possible, but more than that, not very likely. So as our group is waiting here at the tee box, taking their scores, we'll go ahead up to Grady Shue, who is putting here. Grady having a good round. He's one of those many folks sitting at 6 under par right now.
Oh, we caught up to a group.
It looks like maybe 7 or 8 people in this. Oh no.
It needs to sit, and it gets a little bit of a roll after hitting the top band. Grady Shue will have about the same distance for his putt now.
There you go. And he had kind of the old Ricky style fall to the left putt, but it is in. It's difficult sometimes when you have almost the exact same putt that you just messed up something on, to not try to overcorrect that problem. So that was a good job by Grady to get it in the chains and not hitting cage on this one, compensate for that high putt the first time through. Can't quite make out who this is putting from the bushes, but they stuck it. So looking at who was on that next to last card, that could have been Edward Ward or maybe Ryan Nick. We'll call them good putter number 1 and good putter number 2. So the signal should be going back down to hole 1, or excuse me, to the tee box, so that Paul can stop posing on the table there and get ready to go through.
Interesting to see Paul McBeth, not one of the competitors that's overseas right now. We have so many of our top players, and we've talked about that. That's, of course, the big event taking place last weekend, and then a number of players who are staying there for a little bit of an extended stay, 2, 3, even 5 weeks for some of our players, notably someone like a Ricky Wysocki, Philo Brathwaite, Devin Owens, a few of the guys on the men's side, and Paige Pierce on the women's side, along with Katrina Allen.
Yeah, Barsby won Sula Open a couple of weeks ago. Ricky won Toonie this last weekend. Ricky's leading after the first round of the Schlecha Open up there at the home of Latitude 64. Paul giving it the turn. Let's see if he gets the carry. And the gallery looked like he was going in the bushes, but the gallery loves it.
Yeah, and noting exactly where our cameraman was there, it was tough for us to gauge or to judge just how good of a shot that was. Looks like McBeth is within 20 feet of the pin, hence the gallery's approval.
Unless they're all in on some kind of practical joke where he's like buried in a beehive, and they're like, "Hey, everybody, cheer real quick."
This is gonna work, Macbeth. We're just gonna cheer, even though it wasn't a perfect shot.
Barham is the local guy. Maybe they're getting together for a little bit of home cooking against Paul. Pay attention, see if somebody runs out and picks this disc up and puts it in the basket. There's a good spot. He's got an uphill putt, a little on the longer side, but on a hole like this, and most of the holes out here, if you have a putt from anywhere for birdie, you're feeling pretty good about life. And Johnny gets hung up as he's trying to make that turn.
Ziggy moves into the back nine at even, hoping to turn it up for this second half of the opening round.
That was almost roller angle. He's going to be in the ditch there in the middle of the fairway.
We'll be back after a message from our sponsor and...
Hey everybody, thank you for watching. We have got our partner of the day today. If you are the third person to name our partner of the day in the flipper thing, you win a $15 coupon to the Disc Golf Pro Tour store. I was just going to give you a shirt, but this way you get to go buy whatever you want. And if you make the purchase during the broadcast, from Friday start to Sunday finish, shipping is free on the Pro Tour store. So you won't even have to pay shipping. So, third person to name the partner of the day. Go!
Scary one. There's me, right? Yep.
Well, so hopefully Paul and Nico keep playing good. And
looks like McRae with a forehand and fighting right back to the pin. Great shot by Johnny McRae.
Yeah, as I'm checking the scores here, we see people rising up. Dave still doing fantastic. Nico at an even better pace, 8 down through 13 holes. Paul climbing up that leaderboard, 6 down through the front 9, and apparently about to get this next one.
Perfect, thank you. Where you at, Zig? Down there? You're out, yeah.
I wonder if this is going to be like round 1 of Utah, where Lewis Pitney was sitting in the clubhouse for hours and hours and hours, and then right at the end, people overtook him. Kevin Jones has been done for most of the day. He had a really early tee time.
Ziggy not able to connect. I don't think I'd be going out on much of a limb by saying I don't think there enough people will come in to overtake Kevin and not put him on the lead card. He may or may not have the hottest round at the end of the day, but I'm going to go ahead and say he's definitely going to be one of the top 4 rounds, and we're going to see Kevin on that lead card tomorrow. Is that a fair assessment?
I mean, that looks pretty comfortable right now. There's only
so I'm not as smart as I wanted to sound there.
Well, I mean, that's rarely the case. I hardly ever think, boy, Terry is smarter than he's just sounded right there. So Tim here from just outside circle 1, probably about 40 feet, but going uphill drastically. So, I mean, he might need to give this 50, 55 feet worth of power. Oof. And there's that ground wind again. He was off high right. Okay, maybe that was closer than we thought. What a drive by Paul. Right over the lip, and Paul is at 7 under par through
Nice,
10.
dude.
No, he missed it.
Remember that?
And I feel like we just saw this on the previous hole. Macbeth, great drive, solid putt. He's in for birdie. And the other three are just left to clean up. And we're moving on. What are we going to see from hole number 11, Dixon?
Hole 11 is, this is one of the new tees. It's coming in as a just a little bit under 400 feet. The idea here, and actually, now that I'm seeing this, I'm thinking that's from the other tee pad, the 358 feet. You have to throw this kind of power hyzer up the hill. This is basically just a full-on power shot in order to get the distance that you need up the hill. There's a slight hyzer that you need to have to it. Not something that's going to hyzer out big time, but get around the corner and just flatten out and cruise. You're going to see these guys throw this disc very hard in order to be putting up there at the top.
We're also seeing, as we're looking at the stats, this comes in as the 6th most difficult hole, with just 8% coming in under par and 19% above par.
Yeah, that ought to tell you how much uphill it is. If there's only 7% of people that are getting a birdie on this hole, and it's only 358 feet, and there's no real weird angle or big obstacle to deal with, just kind of a natural hyzer, right to left hyzer shot.
Yesterday, as I was out surveying the course, I came across Paul Ulibarri along with Austin Turner and some other players, and Uli said, "Great, is this another one I can't reach? Is this another one for Double G?" Well, you might be indicating just that. With the uphill climb, along with the distance that's required and needed, may only be for the likes of some of our longest throwers.
Yes, 50 feet here going uphill. I felt like I threw a great drive on this hole with a fast disc and was like 70 short. When I let it go, I thought, ha-ha, I got it. And then it was more like, ha-ha, you can't throw far.
Full time, Johnny? I had a 3 on hole 10, please.
But again, this is one with a huge number of par, of players getting par on this hole, 73% right now. But in double checking with UDisc, they are saying this is 358 feet. So I'm gonna say that I was 57 feet short, just so I can say that I threw a power shot over 300 feet and feel a little bit better about my 3 on this hole. Paul going back to the quiver there to change his arrow out.
I think we're going to see Macbeth inside the circle here on hole 11. He's dialed in today. Left side might be just about at circle's edge.
He's like pointing.
Yes, he's a little more dialed in than you. I like how you said it might be circle's edge, just to try to save your prediction there. I don't think that's circle's edge, Terry. I don't think the spectators are standing in the circle.
Well, they're also challenging me, saying that this is about 40 minutes from Detroit and that I should not reference this as just outside of Detroit. What's your official take on that, Dixon?
It is very close to Detroit because that's the airport I flew into. I don't know what else is around, though, because literally all I've done is drive from Detroit to here. So I don't really know the area too much.
I have to give a shout out to Ann Arbor, as we were here for the 2000 Pro-Am Worlds.
Is this just outside of Ann Arbor?
Yeah. I think that somebody could almost say that. Parham's just outside Circle 1.
Yeah, see, that was a good drive. It felt good. It looked good off the box, but you saw how short it came up on that hill.
Yeah.
There's Johnny sitting about the same spot as Tim. Oh no, be a fighter. Oof. That is not going to be a good spot for Zeke.
Well, but
For me, it's time with my friends.
For me, it's a walk in the park.
For me, it's my job.
For me, it's fun.
Tempercraft USA. Double wall 18/8 stainless steel construction keeps it cold while you're hot, keeps it hot while you're cold. Get your customized growlers, tumblers, and sports bottles. With a lifetime warranty and 1% back to the planet. Tempercraft USA. Temper your thirst.
Back with Ziggy from underneath a tree. Ziggy from just outside the fairway.
There you go. There's the circle you were looking for.
So it may not be on the first day, but certainly by the third day, after we get a little bit more heat and your legs are starting to feel fatigued, you have to be thinking about the condition you're in and just your overall physical shape, because this is going to be a grueling weekend out here.
It is. And that was just a quick shot from hole 12. I just in case you guys were curious what an upshot on 12 looked like, there you go. But we'll see that here in just a second.
We like to refer to that as Mashbox exclusive bonus coverage.
That is pre-coverage of the next hole. I think this is what Johnny was looking for, a guy in orange throwing at the basket. So here's Paul from definitely outside of circle 1. Oh, and Paul splashing out left side. That was a great run from in there. Probably 50-foot putt from the tree. Now Johnny and Tim, open putt, shorter than Paul, but uphill drastically.
I'll get the drive. Keep it safe. Okay.
Great putt by Tim.
That was horrible timing.
Tim jumping to 5 under par now after the 11th. Johnny from just inside of Chim, trying to match that.
Forehand perfectly down the gap, hit up here, and it rolled. Rolled us like 20 feet.
And he does as well. That's the spot you want to land on the fairway.
McRae hustling up the fairway. And shortly after we complete hole 11, I believe we've caught up with Johnny McRae. Have a quick interview with him. Oh, and Ziggy, left side chain, just not dialed in at all here today.
Yeah, I had a chance to talk with Johnny yesterday about kind of what he was doing, life before disc golf, how he and Jen spent some time on the road. It was good to it was good to see a side of Johnny that we don't always get to see while he's playing.
We also hear of a sizable backup taking place on hole 12. So let's check in with Johnny McRae, and we'll see you in a few.
Hey, Johnny, how's it going?
Good. How you doing, Dixon?
I'm fine. So you've talked about how this course we're out here at Toboggan is it your absolute favorite? I've heard somebody say it's up there. Is it your favorite?
It is my favorite course to play. It's more like an athletic game out here. You know, you get really tired by the end of the round. You know you did something, and
yeah, for sure.
By the end of the third day, you're really going to know you did something. You know, coming down the last couple holes of the tournament, you're definitely going to be feeling it. It's going to be climbing up a hill and trying to make things happen for you. So
okay, so you've been in disc golf for a long time. If we went to your life pre-disc golf, what were you up to? What were you doing? How did you feed that athletic urge inside of you?
Yeah, I played soccer for most of my life, my younger life anyway. I played high school soccer, went to college on a soccer scholarship, and then played semi-pro soccer after that. And then I found disc golf. My brother moved down from Massachusetts, and he showed me the game. We started playing, and I fell in love with it. I loved the flight of the frisbee. It was what drew me to the game. Just getting to manipulate it and getting the disc to do what you want it to do was exciting.
Okay, so based on your kind of disc golf aggressive nature, I'm going to guess you were a striker of some kind or forward in soccer?
Yeah, actually, you know, when I was younger, I started off up front and played striker, and then as I got older, when I was in like middle school and stuff, I played midfield. I used to run all over the place.
Yeah.
Running was fun for me, just like making putts is fun for me now. And then when I got into college, I played defense. Actually, I used to cover the other team's best player. So.
Well, that's quite the challenge.
Yes.
So when you're faced with some sort of sporting thing, do you want that hardest challenge possible? Is that what you thrive under?
Absolutely. I mean, when I was a kid, I played with the older kids. You know, they tell you to play with better players to get better, and they always did that to me. I was playing years above my age group, and so yeah, I always pushed myself to be better, and they always pushed me to be better. So. Yeah, that's the way you do it.
Okay, so you've been on the road, you and Jen on the road for the last couple of years, for kind of the first time in your career. What, when you're not playing disc golf, are you reading books? Are you playing games? You watching movies? You listen to music? How do you pass your time?
We have quite the movie collection. We watch a lot of movies, and other than that, we like to go to state parks. We like to go to some zoos and check out the animals. We like animals, and we're always looking for animals as we're driving down the road, as well as, oh, there's a good hole. You know how that is.
Oh, yeah, sure. Okay, so what's the most recent movie recommendation you'd give? Something you've watched recently? You
know, it's it's hard for me to say this, but yeah, Solo's been out for over a month, and I haven't even seen it yet, and I'm a huge Star Wars fan, so.
Oh, you're abandoning the cause,
yeah,
man. What's the matter?
I'm telling you, I haven't had much time. I've been battling with some stuff, and so yeah, it's been rough, and we've been more taking care of me than trying to do extra stuff too much lately. But
all right. So what music do you put on? That's what I'm trying to get at here.
Okay, I listen to pretty much classic rock, you know, rock stuff like that. So I listen to everything really. We'll listen to anything, and.
I mean, like, is it more like classic rock, like Beatles sort of vibe, or like Led Zeppelin sort of vibe?
Yeah, more Led Zeppelin.
Iron Butterfly.
And you know, I like rock. I like Metallica.
Okay.
I like Rob Zombie. I like actually when I'm playing, I like to listen to techno music because it feels like it always gets me bouncing and ready to move around. You know, you listen to techno music, you got to move around. You know,
is that what's in your headphones when you're playing? Is techno?
Mostly, you know. A lot of times I'll be cycling through the music, you know, and then when I find a good techno song, then I'll repeat it. So if it works.
Have you ever accidentally busted out in song during the course of a round because the music just got to you?
Absolutely, more than once.
All right, let's hear it. What song? Come on, bust something out. Let's hear you sing.
No, I ain't doing that. That's not my job.
All right, so as our competitors are sitting on hole 12, let's take a look at this hole. If you want to go for this hole, you have to be super aggressive. It is a downhill hole, but the line to get to it is very, very tight. This single tree standing off to the right, you need to beat that to the left side on a turnover shot and have it flattening out as it goes through the tunnel. Or you can throw a flat shot over the top of this bush we're passing over. And if you get just past this tree on the right, you're going to have a wide open look down the tunnel. There is a slight possible forehand shot, but the angle is a little bit wrong there at the end. Basically, if you want to putt for a 2 on this hole, you have to throw a fantastic shot, and get a little bit lucky. We're going to see how these guys attack the hole if they try to get into those woods and just get up and down, kind of VJ Sing this hole of just crush it and deal with the problem, or if they try to play it a little bit smartly. So we're going to join the second card, who is dealing with their approach shots right now. And there's a good way to get up and down. Right now we are at 2% of the players have birdied this hole. It's going down 69 feet. This right here is about the best drive that you can control without having to get lucky through the trees. Really great spot right here. Gives you a long look at a possible two, but a really easy three.
Looks like we have Grady Shue.
Yeah, this is a birdie putt from circle 2.
Off the front of the cage for Grady. That would have been a great birdie. As he was a few steps outside of circle 1. He's going to walk away with the par. That's going to keep him at 7 under par, though. He has birdied 8 holes, just a single blemish on hole number 5. Still very solid looking around here for Grady Shue.
Birdied 6 holes. Got an eagle in there.
He could have done it that way too. I mean, if you want to correct me and look at the actual stats, I was just taking a guess what might have happened.
And normally you would be right. But on this occasion, you were dead wrong.
Ryan Nick out of Illinois.
And that was a good scramble from not an ideal location off the fairway there.
I think we'll be back with our feature card here. We'll be back on the tee in just a moment of hole number 12.
They're walking down.
As Tim Barham making sure that the footing is good here on the tee of 12. I want to thank the tremendous staff as I was out here again running around yesterday surveying the course. They were out here with I believe it's a tamper is the official term, some kind of big flat tool that they were just pounding down the tees trying to get them as flat and level as possible. So much work goes into having a temporary course, even if it has been here for a few weeks or for a month or whatever the case might be this year. A lot of work goes into a temporary course and then one that's of this caliber. Just hats off to the entire crew and staff, Discraft and John and everyone else as they were out here for the U.S. Amateurs a few weeks ago and now here for the Great Lakes Open.
So Tim now, after that great uphill putt on the last hole, he looks like he's going for the late, slow turnover. Oh, and he gets caught up right there on the corner. That gets just a little bit more roll to the left. He might have a relatively easy up and down there.
A ground play after the fact. McRae is up quickly and ready to throw. And McRae going high on this one. At that point, are you kind of just trying to play whatever happens? Is
Yeah.
just throwing it up in a little bit of a hope and a prayer at that?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you don't usually get that kind of ground action that Tim got. Speaking of ground play, Brazil did end up losing. Neymar is gone, and we won't have to watch his ground play anymore.
I think I see what you did there as Macbeth fights through the gap. Wow.
Goodness.
You're in the gap is Paul Macbeth.
You remember when I said that it's a funky forehand angle?
Well, it looks like Macbeth might be getting funky there. We'll see if
That
Ziggy can
is ridiculous.
duplicate that effort. Wow.
The perfect shot and then an anti-skip. And Ziggy says, I got you, Paul. Holy cow, this gallery is like, we've never been hit over here. Why are discs coming close to us?
Here's a word from the Next Gen Tour.
Let's forget about the car for a moment. Your local Next Gen qualifiers are all fun entry-level PDGA sanctioned C tiers. There are 3 ratings-based divisions, creating a competitive environment for beginners all the way up to amateurs aspiring to become professionals. Don't forget to sign up for the Next Gen Virtual Challenge. You get to play locally and see how you rank nationally. Don't miss out.
Gallery is pushing themselves down the fairway as our players make way to this green. And Dixon, the last time I visited this course and actually competed on it was at the 2000
Did
World
they have
Championships.
this then?
It was a long time ago. And I have to tell you, of course, you know of hole 1 and hole 18 and as they kind of start and finish the rounds out here. But this hole is the one that was permanently etched in my mind. When I think toboggan, this is the hole that I think of.
Yeah, this is a great looking hole. I was really happy with the 3 that I got on it by playing just the flat shot, not trying to make the corner. It never dawned on me to try to do this from the tee box. These guys are really, really good at throwing these round pieces of plastic.
And Tim was very fortunate with as much as that rolled out. This is a relatively easy up and down for Barham. Let's see if he can execute.
Yeah, just a nice little turnover buzz and challenge there. And Tim probably would have been walking around high-fiving people if he didn't see how far in front of him Paul's disc was. Ziggy, good up and down, probably about 150 there, or good up. He's got the down still to do, but I bet he's going to be able to chain that one out. Oh my goodness, even Paul's got to be amazed. Like, how did this happen? So close, he doesn't even have to really think about the putt. That is insane. Jeez. We were arguing about this hole last night, and I was saying, of course it's not a par 3, but it's probably not a par 4 either. But I guess if somebody can have a 20-foot putt, does that make it a par 3? Does it have to be a 3 at that point?
Either way, he cards again the lone birdie.
Wow.
What are we going to see on hole 13?
Hopefully another fantastic shot like that. But hole 13, this is the hole that I think of when I think of toboggan based on those old videos. So they have length of the tee here. It is 700 feet, and basically everything's in play. You just don't want to end up on the tall stuff on the left or the right. pick your favorite disc and throw it as hard as you can. And that should get you to about where the hill starts going up. If you have to choose, you'd probably rather be on the left-hand side, so you have your hyzer angle coming in. If you're a hyzer player, if you throw the flat shots, you probably want to be on the right side. Once you get after that safe drive, then you just have the rest of the hill to go up. It's not a huge shot on the second, probably 300 feet or so if you have an okay drive. And then just get something to crest the hill and have your putt for the birdie 3.
Well, we're moving into the last 1/3 of this course. Paul Macbeth is on a tear. He's performing very well. We're going to also take a look at the scores, and let's check in with the scores on the FPO side of things after that in just a moment. But Dave Fehlberg right now has pushed into a tie for first place, along with Kevin Jones at that 11 under par. Nico LaCastro still edging his way up the leaderboard. He sits at 9 under par. He's through 15 holes. Corey Ellis at that 9 under par. I don't think we're going to see Corey on that lead card tomorrow, but we are seeing Bobby Musick 8 under, and Drew Gibson, who was as well pushing himself up that leaderboard. Looks like he's in the clubhouse now with that 8 under par. Grady Shoe's got a little bit of work to do. He's got a few opportunities left as he sits at 7 under. When we come back after the drives, or right now, we can take a look at what we're seeing for the women. Their leader is Jessica Wiest, shooting a 2 under par today. You mentioned earlier she did it in a very different fashion than how Sarah Hokum went about it. Hokum carding a tremendous amount of birdies, I believe, one birdie and one bogey, a tremendous amount of par, I think being 16 of them to shoot her even on the day. And then our host from this morning's round, Rebecca Cox, she sits at +1 and is in a 3-way tie along with Holly Finley and Ellen Widboom. I believe we have Ellen Widboom all queued up. She's going to be a commentator on the FPO side at some point this week. And Michigan's own Sarah DeMar, who, believe it or not, is eligible, I believe, in the Pro Masters side if they were offering it. But Sarah DeMar out here, a Michigan native, in a tie for 6 with a solid round of +3, along with Paige Bjerkes and Madison Walker sitting at +3. Sandy Hendel at in 9th place, and then Schaefer sitting at +5 in 10th place. So very exciting. The women's action should be very competitive throughout the entire weekend. Last weekend, I saw Sarah Hokum and Madison Walker. They ultimately duked it out over in Minnesota at the Minnesota Majestic. Walker came charging very late, but very hard during rounds 2 and 3, and she finished just a single stroke behind Sarah Hokum as they played in a in a very wet and rainy round to wrap up things at Blue Ribbon Pines. So great golf, and no surprise to see Walker and Hokum up on top along with Weiss and others.
Who do you think would win in a real fight between Sarah and Madison?
I think
not a disc golf battle.
No, you have to go Hokum. She's
got the reach.
She's got that forehand down.
the forehand. But
as does Walker.
I feel like Madison would
giggle too much. Now, if there was a tickle challenge, all right. Well, I think we're off track here.
Yeah. Speaking of off, okay. No, I thought
he's
Paul
on
was,
track.
Yeah, I thought he was way off there to the right. He's sitting in a good spot there. He'll have flat footing to be able to take, to whatever his favorite disc is to get up to the basket from there.
I love the drive here by Barham. Looks like it's going to finish just left center. And you spoke a little earlier. If you're a right-handed backhand thrower primarily, it's a little bit more of an advantage to be on that left side if you had to pick a side.
Yeah, I want to be on the left because I like to approach the basket with a hyzer angle. Steve Dodge was telling me he wanted to be on the right because he likes to approach the basket from the flat shot.
He also doesn't run up. So really, how much can we trust Steve Dodge?
Yeah.
600-foot hole, no run up? Okay, Steve.
And the wind appears to have really calmed down since earlier.
Really, there is a premium placed on the short grass, and Ziggy finds that. We'll be back after a word from these sponsors.
Oh hey, are you guys looking for a disc that flies pretty straight? I would recommend the Avenger SS. I really like this disc because it's a nice straight fairway driver. What I would recommend for anybody looking for a nice straight drive is a disc that's slightly understable, where you can throw it out at a hyzer flip, let it fly, but it's still gonna come back. If you try and throw anything that's overstable, you're gonna have to crank it too hard, and now you're going against that whole straight flight that you're looking for. So if you're looking for that nice straight driver right out of the box, give the Avenger SS a try.
Tim's teammate Val Jenkins giving you a few tips and pointers on what to pick up.
Oh, keep getting up.
Oh, get it up.
Oh, wow. Speaking of Val and Nate, unfortunately, they are not here. Lots of people have, of course, inquired about their presence. They have moved forward with so much of their post-disc golf life in terms of moving forward with the Bevel Brewery. And that is what they are focused on at the moment. And they just said they had too much work to do as Johnny McRae's doing work.
Yeah, great shot by Johnny. Yeah, this is the hill that I noticed the most on the course of like, holy cow, I'm tired walking up this hill. And actually, it made a difference on my putt as I was stepping up to the putt. So, I mean, it was a little bit different playing solo that, you know, as soon as I get to the top, it's my turn to putt. That I was telling myself, you have to take a break. You have to push harder. Get ready to use your legs on the putt. And I still hit front cage.
Basket.
That shot might hit front cage.
Wow.
Oh.
Paul Macbeth with a great approach. I believe I see one of Michigan's own Jamie Mosier moving off of the green there a moment ago. And we're going to have a lengthy walk. These guys, well, you and I aren't, thankfully, going to have a lengthy walk. Uh-oh, and here it is.
Tightly walk.
Here comes a run up the hill. McRae, Bierkoven, and Ziggy takes him. In fact, it was this very hill yesterday. Both myself and our cameraman Chad were out there, and he said, you want to run this out?
Roll down the hill.
And I ran right up the hill. I already had a head start on him, but I hustled all the way up that hill. I think I may have even impressed him a little bit.
I would like to have seen that.
Hey, you don't stay this fit without once every few months hustling up a hill.
Well, I mean, I'd like to see what your definition of hustle is.
Oh, I was moving.
I believe that you put a lot of effort into it.
I was moving.
I would just be curious to see how fast that actually happened.
I'll say that I was, I definitely, anyway. All right, so again, Dave Fehlberg, as I'm taking a look at the scores, Fehlberg and Kevin Jones with that 11 under. Nico, through 16, is 9 under, so he has just 2 to play.
Yeah, Dave, 5 under on his last 6 holes. That's quite a finish. Tim now from probably 100 or so. And just an upshot there for Tim under the basket for his par 4. Ziggy looks like he'll be first to go here from off on the right-hand side. About halfway through circle 2, almost a downhill putt because of how he ended up on the side hill there. Gives it a bid, but comes up a little low and left. And then Johnny and Paul with those fantastic up shots. Now this shul back here, if Johnny is on the edge, it was a big friend. If he went a foot in, all of a sudden he's got a tough putt. Looks like he's got a free arm though, so his swing should be unencumbered. And there's Johnny in for the 3. Wow, and Ziggy is going to clean up his putt because Paul is still inside of that. I mean, it's not unusual to see Paul have, really good rounds, obviously, but there's been just some, like 1 of 5 drives. I mean, like just some incredible shots, not just a lot of birdies, but some really superlative effort out there. So Tim cleans up after Ziggy, 2 pars to go with 2 birdies. But now we're going to head over to hole 14. Which is one of the easier to get holes. This is hole 13, but we're going to jump over to hole 14 here in just a second because we already played an uphill 700-foot hole.
Well, I believe Steve is just wanting to make sure that everyone really was dialed in on hole 13. So,
well, then let me tell you about hole 14.
Why don't you tell us all about 14?
So 14 is a downhill. It's 373 feet, I believe. 375 feet. So that throws everything off.
It does.
You basically just want to throw, as a right-handed player, a high hyzer that is dying and not continuing to move forward. It's very much downhill. We're going back down the hill we just walked up. And there's one tree on the corner that you need to beat. If you beat that, that's really all you can control. And then there's 8 trees. I counted them. There's 8 trees that you need to beat. And there's lots of gaps in between them. And if you do that, then you've got a putt. Or you've got a really short putt. If you hit one of those trees, then you've just got a longer putt. Everybody on this hole, I'm going to guess, is inside of circle 2. I mean, this is just a hole that all of these guys plan to get up and down, or plan to be putting on just about every time.
And then on top of that, you're actually putting to the other elevated basket that's found out here. Yep. Every Disc Golf Pro Tour stop has 2 of them featured on the course. This is the second one here on the course, and this is Grady Shue who's putting to it right now.
Now, one thing I did notice about this hole is that these trees down by the basket, almost all of them look like this guy. Very furry on the bottom, not necessarily with branches, but kind of just brush or undergrowth or something. So you don't want to be right on any of the trees. If you're not on them, they're spaced out enough that there's lots of gaps to hit, but you just don't want to get so unlucky that you're right at the base of one.
Grady giving it more than enough power. Again, going to that elevated pin, but he goes up and over the basket, it looked like.
This is probably the best ace run on the course. But yeah, it's going downhill 43 feet on a 375-foot hole. So really, they could throw all sorts of different stuff. I'm going to guess that most of them are going to go with a big wing stable disc, just so that it's knifing in once it gets around the tree that they need to beat. I believe this is Ryan's comebacker here. There he goes. And now Grady for his comebacker.
And Grady Shue, as I was looking a few moments ago anyway, Grady Shue, the only player in the top 7 or 8 players that has a single bogey blemish on the scorecard. Everyone else in the top 5 is completely bogey free. So plenty of blue out on that scorecard on udisclive.com.
Well, we are relatively close to the University of Michigan, right? That's what they always say, go big blue. That's what these guys are trying to do on
That
their
might be a
scorecard.
different shade of blue, but yes, I think that that definitely does apply. Tim Barham, along with TD, John, are just moving off of the tee here on 14. And as you said, blind shot. You're really just going to throw this out as a hyzer, trust the spot that you're trying to hit, and then you have to get a little bit lucky.
A little bit. I mean, there's enough there. There's plenty of lines to get over towards the basket. I mean, you heard Rebecca saying that she actually cut this tree short this morning, and still ended up with a good-looking putt. So it's just a matter of there's one tree you need to absolutely avoid if you want to be putting. So do what you can to beat that, and then see what kind of present you get to open when you walk down the hill. And there's Paul, inside circle one again. Paul actually went with a lower line than what I was expecting these guys to do. Yeah, that's a little more of what I was thinking. And there's Johnny, about the same distance, but on the other side from Paul. You can hear both of those shots coming in. You hear leaves getting brushed with the disc. I mean, that's what you have to do here. I doubt there's an absolutely clean line all the way to the basket. I'm not liking this one out of his hand, but still putting. And he doesn't understand what everybody's cheering about. He just told Ziggy, don't do that. I got to tell you, I can appreciate Ziggy holding the towel in his hand. I like that that's catching on.
I'm pretty sure he's been doing that most of his career. If I think back to some early playing days with him.
Join us, brothers.
We'll be down the hill on 14 in a moment. Welcome back to the famous Kensington Cookout Park. You can do so many activities here, including a little bit of disc golf.
Sit at a picnic table.
Yes, they have that. I believe there might be even bird watching available here.
You can walk.
Yes. Yes.
So Ziggy is in the fur of this tree here. So it's an elevated basket, but he's a little bit elevated, so this is actually a pretty straight cut for him.
So he's going to see if it's worth marking his disc, and now he's going to be outstretched to his right side.
There you go. That was almost like one of those Ricky Horseshoe pitches.
I believe they may also have horseshoes in the Kensington Metro Park.
Yeah, if you bring your own stakes.
And horseshoes. And on a serious note, they have expanded. This used to be 27 holes over at what I believe they call the Locust Course. On the other side of the property, there's 27 holes. They've recently expanded that to now being 2 sets of 18, so 36 holes that are there permanently year-round. I asked yesterday as to why this course isn't in, even though it's so popular and it's so well-liked, and they found that it just doesn't get enough play because it is yet so challenging. It might be liked, but not a lot of people love coming out and playing 10,000-foot courses just for fun.
I spoke to one of the locals asking them why this course was named. She said that this land has been designated as a sandbar, and they were worried about the erosion that would come with a whole bunch of traffic, is why they're not putting it in permanent. So who knows if that's true?
I get some of my information from Steve Dodge, so I make no promises here. And I can promise Macbeth, though, for another birdie here on hole number 14.
So now Johnny to clean up for the All-Star.
And I would go ahead and say this has to be one of the few, if only, All-Star birdies if Johnny converts, which he's done that here on hole 14. Very impressive. Hole, what are we going to see on hole 15, Dixon? Uh-oh. Is he? Oh, those are. Oh, I thought those were gang signs, but no. Johnny McRae, I think, flashing a little love back to the family and everyone else out there watching. What do we see on 15?
So hole 15 is one where you can, I guess technically it's possible for somebody to get there. You have to just turn something over and give it everything you've got. I laid up to a spot about right here, throwing just a little mid-range, a slow mid-range off the box, and then gave myself about a 300-foot flat shot to this green. I can see Paul turning over a destroyer here and trying to go for it. It is downhill quite a bit there at the end of the fairway, and so that 16 feet worth of drop can help you out. All of the sides of this are inbounds. There's just a lot of shoal. This wall, again, is not an out-of-bounds wall. It's just breaking up the tall grass from the short grass. So actually, as I played it, I thought, I want to see somebody aggressive go for this. So I'm really hoping that Paul does that. And actually, it looks like Grady's still on the box here. So we might get a chance to watch the second card go for this hole as well. This is one of those ones that, I mean, in looking at the scores, I see there's been one eagle out there, but a lot of players, 46% are getting birdies right here. Or I guess about 45% are getting birdies. This is a hole that if you want to play it for the 3, it's pretty manageable. Kind of like playing hole 2 for the 4. It is relatively easy to get if you stay on the short grass. But if you really feel like you want that extra stroke, if you're seeing that I'm not getting very many strokes places, this is one of the places where you can attack and try to make something happen.
Well, and just as you were saying that a moment ago, I see the stats on UDisc go up even further. Now it's at 47% of the field has played it below par. So as what is the third to last card was just cleaning off the green.
And Jeff Bennett is the lone 2 on this hole.
Jeff Bennett, okay. Also a Michigan native here. Dave Feldberg in the clubhouse, 11 under par. Kevin Jones tied with him now at that 11 under. Macbeth and LeCastro both sitting at 10 under par. We've got what could be potentially a great, and no matter what, we're going to see a great crew here tomorrow on this lead card. But some of the more recognizable names that you've known for many, many years, having LeCastro return to the scene. And then right there from Minnesota, Kale Laviska in a tie for 5th. He has just 2 holes left to play. We very easily could see him push up onto one of the top 4 scores here, which could be very exciting to see.
I always like having him on lead cards because he plays a different style than a lot of what we're seeing. Much more controlled, smoother, slower speed shots. Kale with a mid-range disc is something to behold. So I hope we get to see him there, just because it's so fun to watch him in contrast to some of the other players.
Kale with a solid performance last weekend in Minnesota, almost coming off of the second card to chase down the potential win and claim the victory at the Minnesota Majestic, an event he's won in the past, but wasn't able to do it. Were you taking a look at any of the Minnesota scores as it was unfolding last weekend?
Yeah, I was curious about Double G and Kale coming into this event because they both had subpar first rounds for them, but finished in 2nd and 3rd. Kale had 1,002 rated first round. Double G had a 973 rated first round.
That might have been the temperature actually there, or humidity.
It was shocking that they both. I mean, Kale only ended up 2 strokes behind. Was Alex
Russell?
Alex Russell that won, yeah. So it was curious to see. I was wondering how they were going to come out here and attack. I mean, because that's a thing that hangs out in the back of your mind of, I was 2 shots away from winning a major event, and I had a throwaway round first one. So I was thinking that they were going to come here with a little bit of extra motivation out here on the course. It is working that way for Kale. Double G finishing at only 2 under par, though, back tied for 59th right now.
Wow, so very surprising to see on Double G.
And when the last time there was a national tour here, Double G finished 2nd place. So Grady looks like he is going with just the layup shot. He may have overcooked that a little bit into the left-hand side, though. Yeah, this is a hole where you almost don't want to lay it up too far. If you get past that landing zone, you're going to be on a downslope. So, I mean, it really is just a touch first shot here if you're laying up.
A moment ago, we saw the commentary combo team, Amy and Paige from the Utah Open. We'd like to thank them. We see them out there spectating, taking in the action after they played their round earlier today.
Great. This is Ryan. He is going with an aggressive shot here.
Great shot.
Wow. And he is down at the base of that hill. He's going to have a really long look, but hey, any look for birdie is a good look, right?
Just a threesome, huh?
Or no, that'd be a look for eagle. Oh man, I'm hoping Paul goes for it. I want to see what it looks like with the best in the world really give this hole a go.
And I know we spoke a few moments ago about some of the scores we're seeing on the men's side. Real quickly to recap, on the women's side, who we're going to see tomorrow, we're going to go with the exact same format. We're going to have shot-by-shot coverage. Then we'll bring it to you along with some FPO commentary. Jessica Weiss, Sarah Holcomb, Rebecca Cox, and Holly Finley. I believe that's who we're going to see as our foursome tomorrow on the lead FPO card. And then right behind them, we have Ellen Widboom, Sarah DeMar, Paige Bierkes, and Madison Walker. And really no surprise, you're looking at the top 8 spots, all just separated by 4 or 5 strokes. So very competitive. Looking forward to seeing it. What jumps out at me is Jessica Weiss having the eagle along with 3 birdies. You need to add up like the next 4 or 5 women combined to have that many under par strokes. Do you feel like Weiss has just that much of an advantage out here? Is it the distance? Is it the accuracy? The forehand, backhand combo?
I think if you want to get birdies on this hole, you just have to make decisions to go for birdies on this course. So I think she might just be coming out with a slightly more aggressive game plan. Whereas we're seeing the rest of the ladies play a little bit more safe, and there's birdie possibilities, but they're not bringing bogey into play. It's birdies or pars. Whereas Jessica is getting opportunities for more birdies, but then having bogeys start coming into play a little bit more. Jessica's shooting 30 points above her rating in that round. Great round by her. And then actually Ellen. It was tied with Rebecca and Holly, but the way that PDGA tiebreakers work, she has the highest PDGA number, so that's why she won't be
on the lead card there. Holly inching her out by about 7,000 PDGA numbers there.
A little assistance for Grady off on this left-hand side of the fairway.
Yeah, that was Paige there on the bag for Grady, shooting 3 over par. Solid score by her this first round. Almost exactly on her rating number. This is one of my least favorite things to do in disc golf. When I play a layup shot poorly, and then I have a difficult shot to do. I am in my head on shots like this, and it's something that I really have to work on to make sure that I dismiss the shot that I just didn't execute very well. Because I have those voices saying, "You might as well have gone for it, you idiot. If you're going to end up in the brush over here."
Well, and there's even almost a little bit of a mental block that might take place when you're out here, when you're looking at these holes that have the walls featured, because every other Pro Tour event, for the most part, when you see one of these walls, you're automatically assuming, hey, if I go over beyond one, you're also going to be out of bounds. Now, don't get me wrong. When you're looking at this, you're saying, I want to get inside that wall in the first place. But that's something that even knowing that they're not out of bounds, it still kind of feels weird to be looking at it.
Yeah, I mean, going over the wall is never a good thing at a Pro Tour event. So, I mean, maybe they should like put a bunch of thorns on the other side of the wall, or snakes or badgers or something, so that the players really feel the danger there. And there's Ryan's easy up shot for the birdie 3. And this is one of those hills towards the end of the round where you're like, you know, couldn't they have made this flat? Like, I got to walk up there and then walk right back down. Edward now from circle 2 to make up for that drive that was off fairway to the left. Good shot to get to here. Let's see if he can clean up the birdie.
Oh,
and he does.
Great putt. Someone may say, well, why are we held up? Why would there be a little bit of a log jam? And I think that's really just the nature of the hole and the way that it's designed, because it's something that could have, if somebody were to crush it and perfectly execute their drive, they could possibly be landing almost that close, looking at a long eagle, look from there. So you can't really drive right now until they're entirely off the green. However, most people are still going to play it in 3 shots. So
yeah, I mean, if this was a casual round and you knew everybody in your group was going to lay up, then you could go ahead and do that. But during tournament play, there's no real reason in rushing the group in front of you, because there's likely a group in front of them. So just kind of let everybody, play with their own pace. And that was Grady's long attempt at birdie. So now we have Grady with the short cleanup for his par, and Ryan with his short cleanup for the birdie 3. He is showing that, man, if you can put it on the short grass, there is a huge advantage to going for this hole.
Ryan Nick, I believe, has done recently the Dana Vici, one of our favorite smashies and contributors, Dana Vici's In the Bag. So if you want to go check that out, I believe that was also produced by Ryan, who's been doing some filming in the Chicagoland area. And it looks like this weekend he's, at least for now, put down the camera bag and picked up the disc golf bag.
Are we clear?
I think we're getting there. It's getting windy.
Violent shushes for the
So word is reaching back to the box that we are good to go.
What was the other word?
Egregious.
Paul's going with the forehand. I'm going to be upset here.
I was just going to say, is that the ultimate sign of more or less a layup here by Macbeth?
Yeah. Paul playing smart,
is he disappointing you? Is he disappointing you? I would love to see Macbeth with a very aggressive turnover shot, but as you said, looks like he's going with the forehand. And that will likely result in, oh, looks like just off the edge. Didn't quite get all the way back to the fairway.
All going with the Avery Destroyer.
Wow, very interesting.
Beast Destroyer.
I thought maybe with this tier event and Discraft sponsorship, I thought maybe that would be a force, but I guess not.
Yeah, probably not. I think there's a better chance of that being the Big Germ DX Boss than the force there. That was a great turnover shot by Johnny, really pushing that right-hand side and bringing it back to the fairway.
Oh, yeah.
If that was just a bit flatter as it came up the hill, he would have got so much more distance as that would have finished out. But a really solid shot there by Tim Barham.
Yeah, okay. Biggie cutting the grass there.
Love it. I also love listening to people who support Disc Golf Pro Tour. Macbeth from the left side of the fairway and also finishes just left of the basket. I have no doubts on that for his birdie.
Yeah, if he can drop that birdie in, he will join the clubhouse leaders at 11 under par with 3 holes to go.
Patrick Blazik out on the board. Good to see you, buddy. I think Patrick earlier had said he thinks that Macbeth was going to finish at 12 under. That's what he was going to come in with for the round, and we'll see if that holds true or if he can surpass that.
Yeah.
Wow, he had a couple inches to spare worth of height on his drive and a couple inches there over the keen wall, and he's got a 20-foot putt for the 3. Ziggy working within the margin of error there.
Yeah.
Great one-step approach, kind of short. In the early goings of the round, you had talked about, and we saw for ourselves, a little bit of the wind blowing the trees and the brush, and it seems like things have calmed down a little bit out there.
Yeah, it's just a great day for disc golf. I mean, this is the sort of day you really hope for in like April or May. The fact that you can get it a week into July is pretty special. And there's Tim with, man, when you have that sort of little standstill upshot on this hole, you got to feel pretty good about your drive. And here comes the gang moving down the fairway. I'm curious to see how this grows each day. The first day gallery is always the smallest, but this one's still pretty sizable.
It certainly is, and I think that means this might be a sign of really good things if that holds to be true, that Friday's opening round has the smallest gallery. We've got 3 holes to go after this.
And Cale has birdied the 17th hole to go to 10 under par, and he's put it in the fairway on 18, which probably means that there's a par coming up there. And there is Johnny in for his birdie to move to 7 under par.
The flow has been great. I know just a few moments ago I was talking a little bit about how and why a backup happens, and some rounds backups seem to be somewhat a regular occurrence, but not so much this round. We've really just had 1 or 2, this being one of them. And with that threesome directly in front of us, that certainly is adjusting the pace as these players move forward. Macbeth in for birdie.
So now Paul's playing with house money. He has tied the lead. Can he get out a little bit further?
As Ziggy will find himself under par. Looks to be a star frame here on hole number 15. I'm excited. I'm excited about what's in store on 16, and I bet you're the guy to tell me.
I might know something. So hole 16, this is a shot where I feel like, there's one gap to hit. And if you hit it, you're probably getting a birdie. And if you don't hit it, you're almost certainly getting a par. It's 354 feet downhill, and it's this gap right here on the left. Beat the little tree on the right, beat the big tree on the left, and you are going right towards the basket. Otherwise, you're going to land about right here, which is approximately where my drive landed. If you make it through that gap, then really all you have to do is then hit your putt. Now, I did hear Eric Oakley talk about that there's a high route that I did not see off of the box. So I'm curious to see if that's something that some of these guys go for. But this is, it is just right in front of all of these right-handed players. Take my favorite disc that I throw flat and throw it. You could definitely get a mid-range disc there. You can get a fairway driver there. If you've got some sort of a high-speed disc that you stand up, you don't need it for the distance because of the downhill 350, but it's just a matter of hit the gap and everything's gravy after that.
All right. Well, we are going to take a look at the scoreboards. We'll continue to give you those as we move in these last few holes. Just a moment ago, you were talking about Cale Leviska, and as he's pushing up, he has officially completed the round. He sits at 10 under par. He is tied with Nico LaCastro. I am quite certain Nico LaCastro has a significantly lower PDGA number. I believe he's probably in the 14,000s. So LaCastro, if it all comes down to it, would have the edge on getting into that lead card. Oh, my correction, he's 11 for LaCastro.
And there's Paul. See, that's what happens when you hit the gap. You're parked. Johnny said, that looks like fun. Maybe I should try it. It seems like a big gap looking with the camera there. It's not really. And I'm not just saying that because I missed it. But, it's probably 20 feet wide, but it's a couple hundred feet off the box. It's a solid hit if you can get it through there. Tim coming out with a wider line. And he is, well, maybe that flashed across to the left. I felt like he was going to be hanging out to the right there, missing the gap, but I may have seen something jump there. Ziggy had a weird grip on this. Okay, he's going forehand. I thought he had his thumb on the side of it there.
Oh, he's contemplating the backhand here. I think that's the ultimate choice.
Useful stuff. That's good.
Not quite as useful as these sponsors, though. Let's hear from them.
Tim did kick to the main part of the fairway, but he's got a long look for the birdie too. And this is a hole where if your drive's not great, that's what you end up with. There's a lot of places to not have a putt. Johnny looking like he is right on circle's edge. There you go.
And McRae, yeah, I have to say it, McRae eligible for a Masters division if there were to be one offered here. Of course, he's not. McRae being your 2016 world champion in the Masters division. I'm guessing he's looking to regain that title as we move into 2018's Pro Masters, which will take place in Kansas City in a few weeks. Ziggy taps in for birdie. And Tim will do the same for his for par. I'm good at this commentating stuff.
Yeah, we almost had back-to-back all-star birds here.
What's on 17?
So 17 is our last chance to really rip. This is a 765-foot hole. And really what you want to do here, or excuse me, 755 feet, is just pop one out there. The basket is sitting on top of a hill, and so you need to have, you want to get your distance on the drive and not worry about it on the second shot. If you can land in this short stuff on the right, that's great. The left side of the fairway over here is thick grass. You can still throw from there. It's just not the preferred landing area. If you're on the short grass, if you're sitting in a good enough spot, it's basically just a standstill shot up to the basket. There is a tree about circle's edge short and right that is right on the crest of a hill. And so if you hit that tree and fall under it, you're likely going to roll down that hill and not give yourself a look at the birdie. So they want to get a lot of distance on the drive, but maintain the angle going into the basket, or else the 3 is out of the question.
All right, well, we are going to catch up with the second to last card. We've seen Grady Shue and the rest of the crew from the second to last card. I think we're going to have a little more coverage from them. They're moving down the fairway on hole number 17, so we'll be able to show you how they're attacking this hole. It's been a great day of golf. We've seen some tremendous scoring. Paul McBeth out in the lead right now, sitting at that 12 under par. It feels like these last few events, we've seen McBeth do what we're used to seeing from McBeth. Mm-hmm. He's really stepped up, and he's played at the caliber that we know he's certainly capable of. Is he just hitting a stride, or anything else you could attest to it?
Well, I mean, I think one of the things that helps here is that Ricky and Eagle are not here. I mean, it's for any of the 3 of those guys, if all of them are there, it's going to be difficult to win. I mean, it is, a few years ago, it was just if Paul showed up, he was going to win. The last couple of years, it's been if Ricky or Paul are there, good luck everybody else. But now Eagle is stepping up into that mix. And it's just getting to the point where everybody's level is rising so much that Paul can't just go throw his rating and beat people anymore. There's always going to be somebody that's having a really great tournament. And he has to go and battle that every weekend. And so it's not that Paul has been not playing up to his rating over the last couple of years. He is playing a little bit worse. So I think once he kind of gets back into his stride, and who knows what's causing that. I think a lot of message boards would say, "Oh, he got married, that's why." That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. And that's not the reason at all. I mean, for somebody that has Paul's skill and Paul's competitive nature, and Hannah is a competitive person. I mean, it's not like Paul's losing his competitive nature. I mean, I bet now they're competing in like clearing the dishwasher and, who gets up, who makes the bed the best. I mean, like it's not something that's going to go out of that family. So I think it's just a matter of Paul is just not playing that good right now. Or has not been playing that good this year, but the last few events he has been getting back into that, and he is not as much as Ricky with the momentum. It's more confidence for Paul. He always feels like he can make the best shots, but when he's seeing it over and over and over again, then he starts to have that feeling of like, yeah, this is 2015 when I won dadgum everything that was possible, and so he starts to get that feeling again, and that's when the rest of the crowd is like, oh, we don't want that guy coming back. You know, Paul, it's 2018. Can you go back to 2015, please? And this sort of shot right here is why you want to be on the short grass. There's no run up in the tall stuff on the left. And so if you leave yourself a little bit of extra distance, that shot becomes almost impossible because the distance that's necessary and the run up that's not available.
Going along with what I was speaking about earlier in terms of the round and the pace, we had projected that this could very easily push to a 3.5, maybe even a 4-hour round. And right now we're looking at just under 3 hours at the moment. Of course, we have 17 and 18 to play out, but this round has moved along much more efficiently than what we really thought it would.
Yeah, because there's so many places to just have difficult shots, this course can kind of take a while, but it's going pretty good. I know some people that are watching would be like, "What do you mean it's going good? We've seen the second card how many times?" But for the most part, I mean, it is running pretty smoothly. I mean, we're still under 3 hours at this point of the round, and they've only got 2 holes to go. And see, Grady's shot here is why you want to try to get a bunch of distance there, because if you can, it's just a standstill. That looked like a mid-range shot, and he is up on the level putting for 2 or for 3.
Thanks again, everyone, for joining us. Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, along with Dixon Jowers. We're here in, well, right now I believe we're in Wixom, but the course is just in
Denver.
Denver, Detroit. The course is located over in Milford. We're everywhere, taking in the action here for the Disc Golf Pro Tour. The Disc Golf Pro Tour is really now truly in full swing as well. 2 weeks ago being in Utah. Now, of course, we're here. In 2 weeks from now, we'll be back in Idlewild, or playing the Idlewild course in Kentucky. And right after that, I believe we head over to Maple Hill shortly after that. Within a few weeks, Ledgestone, and then Maple Hill. So quite the swing that we have every other week for the next 4 or 5 weeks or 6 weeks, whatever it might be, leading into a late World Championships this year taking place at Smuggler's Notch. And here's Paul Macbeth on the tee of hole 17.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, he's in the tall grass. That's not ideal, but he's so far up there that he does not need to have a run up. So that is ideal. Yeah, I think this is short grass bound.
That is a full flex shot out of it by Johnny McRae. A great drive.
Ziggy going with kind of the Nico philosophy here, just ripping over something very overstable. But he gets on top of it a little bit and is not able to come out. Tim putting a serious move on that one. Oh, that's perfect. Absolutely perfect drive by Tim.
There it is. Perfect like our sponsors.
So one thing I did notice about this course is 17 and 18 are both moving uphill. And just at the end of the day that we had, when it was so hot and I was sweating and just an incredible amount, these last 2 holes were quite the mental grind. I mean, you really had to focus on what you were doing because every step was higher than the last. So a nice break for these guys today, although Ziggy's got a little work here to do.
Well, as I'm taking a look at the scoreboard yet again, I'm noticing Johnny McRae's in a tie for 8th, and he's sitting at 8 under par. However, if he were to go birdie on 17 and 18 here, that would then put him at 10 under par, tying him with LeCastro and LaVisca, who are both in the clubhouse. Johnny McRae with a sub 4-digit PDGA or a sub 5-digit PDGA number in the 9,000s. Johnny McRae would push out LeCastro and LaVisca and move on to that lead card and be here on our featured lead card tomorrow. So that's some actual thinking that I just did.
Wow.
Now, the big if there, though, is hole number 18. We've seen almost nobody birdie hole number 18. It seems like a foregone conclusion that almost everybody's going to take a 3 on it. However, if he goes birdie on 17 and 18, that 10 under would put him on this lead card for tomorrow.
That would be really great to see, but that is quite a tall task there for the 18th hole.
If we play with a little bit more likely scenario, if he goes birdie par, of course, that just puts him to the 9 under par, where we would see him on the second card. And as we mentioned, that would likely put Macbeth, Felberg, Jones, and LeCastro on our featured card tomorrow. Him digging into his Zuka cart. Zuka, a proud supporter and sponsor here of the Disc Golf Pro Tour.
A little bit short on that upshot, and he's got a putt, but you want to be on top of that hill.
I was just going to say, if you're going to err anywhere, you want to make sure you throw this one really too hard. You'd rather be up on top of that hill, somewhere on the flat. You might bring a little bit of the brush or the debris or something in from behind the basket, but I'd rather be on a flat surface dealing with that rather than putting uphill.
Johnny with the same thing. Looked like he was trying to think if he was going to go standstill or a one-shot or a one-step approach. He goes with the standstill and doesn't get that nose elevated. There, and here's that Nova I've been waiting to, well, there's the Nova I've been waiting to see. Oh, he just dropped it. Here's the other disc.
Like you said, just a standstill for Macbeth, but wow.
Yeah, that hill has gotten all of it. Everybody coming up short there. Yeah, there's a little bit of a false front there. You see the basket just kind of hanging out when you're down on the bottom, and you think, okay, I just need to barely crest the hill, but it's back enough that if you don't quite get to the top of the hill, you've got more of a putt than you'd like to see.
And in case I forget to do it later, I want to invite you all to rejoin us tomorrow. Same exact time. We'll be back here at 2 p.m. Eastern time. That's when the women will sit down. We'll give you the shot-by-shot FPO round from earlier in the morning from the lead card. We'll have a pair of FPO commentators in here to give you those calls. And then we'll have the Circle Zero show hosted by Dixon Jowers. And then come back to you at 3:15 Eastern to give you the full lead card coverage here on the FPO side. Looking forward to having you all join us.
Yeah, so for you guys on the board that were wondering about how far that shot is, I'd say definitely less than 300, probably closer to 250 for Paul's shot, maybe even a little bit shorter than that. The distance is not the issue. It's the amount of elevation that's causing the problems here. So Johnny now from inside circle 2.
Oh, just off the front of the cage. No, and it gets the roll.
Low roll into the bush on the backside there.
What it got off to?
I'm not sure McRae even knows exactly. He wants to confirm that. Okay, he has spotted it. That's one of those rolls where you're like, I'm okay with missing, but I could have done without that.
Yeah, seriously. And, I hit
totally undeserved.
I hit the front of the cage and rolled backwards. Come on. Or roll behind the basket. So here's Paul now from probably about 45.
Calling Macbeth canning this. Right on the pole, as I said, hitting that pole.
I think it's me, down here, straight out there.
So Ziggy and Tim must be closer than we thought if Johnny's going again. Or I guess maybe Johnny rolled further than we thought. Like that wind we were saying had left for the afternoon, decided to come back and visit. Doesn't bother Johnny though.
Great concentration as he gives himself a little bit of a fist bump. That's a good feeling moving into hole 18.
Woo!
Yeah, that would have been a really brutal 3-putt towards the end of the round there.
And as asked by one of our viewers, is what the course record? That's maybe not quite fully accurate, whatever the answer may come back, because we're seeing a few of the different tee pads being installed specifically prior to this event. So unsure of that. We will have to look into it. We know anything under par has been considered pretty good at the U.S. Amateur Disc Golf Championships. And we're seeing the likes of Paul Macbeth, who sits at 12 under, just shredding it here. Let's take a look at 18.
Yeah, but those are amateurs.
Yeah.
18 is not a hole for the amateur. So one of the things that they have changed here, this fence on the left was never out of bounds, but they have made it out of bounds for this. It's only 315 feet. However, it is drastically up the hill. You're going uphill about 50 feet from tee to basket. If you want to get this hole, you have got to throw it out over the out of bounds and either turn something over up high or a power forehand, and then come back to the right about 60 or 70 feet. It is just a really funky angle for a backhand shot. And if you want it, you have to challenge the Shul on the right or the OB on the left. And that's why we have had very few birdies on this hole, only 9 so far. So when I came to this hole, I was tired. I was decently happy with my score, and I just threw something to the middle, laid up my putt, and got out of town. We'll see if these guys are trying to top their hole off with a little bit of a little cherry on top here for the last hole.
Jim Barham with a solid performance out here today. Him and McRae tied at that 8 under par.
He looks like this is an aggressive line. He's tight on it. Oh, and the wall saves him. Is that a Keen wall or a U-disc wall or a black ink wall? Who is that? He's going to need to go be a patron there.
And that wind blowing what looks to be from left to right. We'll have to see if it's the same at the tee. It does open up, as you said, Dixon. It'll be interesting to see how the disc gets pushed or reacts to the wind once it gets into that opening.
Oh, that needs to move.
Oh, and Macbeth with the mistake here on the final hole. He's going to be out of bounds. and he'll take it from where he was last inbounds, which is all but guaranteeing a 4. If he were instead putting from right there, he might be looking at a potential par save, but this looks like bogey territory for Macbeth.
Johnny hitting a tree, bouncing back out to the middle, and he's back far enough that that's not going to be an easy angle either. There is Ziggy right at circle 2.
We'll be back in 2 and 2 after a word from the sponsor.
Are you currently looking for the one? How do you get hooked up usually?
Through friends,
Players' parties.
sometimes even fans.
And how's that been working for you?
Not so good.
Have you ever tried looking online?
Never.
You should check this site out.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Find your go-to disc at blankinkdiscs.com today. 2018 tour support discs available now.
Gotta get one.
I need one.
Caught back up with McRae. You said he might have a difficult angle. He had to keep it low.
Part 2. He's got a little tester there for his final putt of the day. He just passed the test on 17. Let's see if he can do it on 18. And Paul taking his spot from just a little bit in front of where Johnny was. Should be a relatively easy up and down, but almost no chance at the par save here.
This likely resulting here in the bogey for Macbeth to finish out his round. I was speaking too soon. So I was going to ask you, and it still holds true. Macbeth finishes with the bogey here to finish out the round on 18. What do you think about the play? What do you think about the line that he took, or was it just simply execution on his final drive?
I'm going to guess that was a headwind coming up the hill, just by the way that disc reacted. I don't think it would be right to left because I think the trees would be blocking that, but it didn't seem like a tailwind, or else I think it would have come back. So I'm going to guess that he was just trying to absolutely park it, and he thought he had a stable enough disc to overcome that wind, but it did not get the hyzer back that he was thinking. I don't think it was necessarily a tactical mistake. He's got the distance to get up there. I think it was probably just execution. Ooh, that would have been a good way to finish off the round for Ziggy.
Could one argue that this could conceivably be a par 4?
One could.
Would you call them dumb?
I mean, it's a tough 3. Because, I mean, it is possible for people to get there, but it's just a very tough 2. But, I mean, if you made this a 4, you would have so many birdies. There's Johnny.
Nice finish from McRae. He's got to feel good about that. Like you said, leaving himself a tester. And really 2 solid putts, 17 and 18 to finish out.
Yeah.
You go home not being mad or disappointed in yourself. He's got a solid round here in the books. He shoots the 8 under par. He's going to be on the chase card tomorrow, right in the hunt, right in the thick of things. Macbeth is going to finish with the little blemish, so to speak, on his scorecard, and that's actually going to put Macbeth second in the order, only due to PDGA number. He's going to be tied with Dave Feldberg and Kevin Jones at that 11 under par. Patrick Blazik thought he was going to finish at 12 under par, and it was so close as he ultimately rounds out, finishes with the bogey here. And tomorrow again, Feldberg, Macbeth, Kevin Jones, along with Nico LaCastro. That is an electric group and will be very exciting and entertaining to watch tomorrow.
Yeah. So, I mean, you've got kind of people that have done great over the last couple of years in Nico and Paul. And then you've got kind of the old guard in Dave Feldberg, who's been doing good since before Paul was pretty much playing. And then you've got Kevin Jones, who's just been kind of coming up recently in the last couple of years, kind of bouncing on the scene at USDGC last year. So I'm really excited to watch this group go out there and play. And actually, I think that bogey for Paul to finish the round is bad for everybody else. If Paul just takes a kind of normal par on that hole, he goes home and he's like, hey, I shot 11 down. I'm feeling pretty good. Well, now Paul's mad. He's mad at this last bogey. He's mad at the 11 down. He's thinking about what he can do different. And Paul motivated is a bad thing.
It's scary for everyone else in the field. Well, we want to again round out and make sure we highlight and talk about who you're going to see on the top 4 on the FPO tomorrow. Jessica Weiss is your leader after round 1 with a very, very solid 2-under par out there today. Sarah Holcomb in second, and then tying for third, we have Rebecca Cox and Holly Finley and Ellen Widboom also in that tie. But we'll see the other 2 rounding out that foursome. So we're excited to see that tomorrow. Look for that, again, starting at 2 p.m. along with FPO commentary. And, of course, on our MPO side, as you just said, Felberg, Macbeth, Jones, and LeCastro, and a very exciting crew and a very exciting lead card that we'll be bringing you live tomorrow. So for Trent and Chad, who are hiking up and down those hills, along with all of the U-Discers, everyone that was helping keep score, along with social media, and Seth and Danielle doing what they were doing out there. Thank you to all of them. For Johnny V, along with Gary to the O back in the booth in Milwaukee. For the rest of the Pro Tour staff and crew, we know Patrick and even that Steve Dodge guy does some things from time to time. All of those guys, everyone working so hard, John and the crew, and the presenting sponsor in Discraft. Thank you guys so much for joining us for day 1. For Dixon Jowers and Terry Miller, the disc golf guy, we'll see you guys tomorrow for round 2 lead card coverage. You step inside the Smash Box.